Chapter 186. 7th level of element gathering tier, a silver token holder. That's really amazing. I thought you'd reach core formation tier first, then silver tier, Enforcer Dong said with a smile. Look at section *G of the original chapter. I won't delay either. I'll do missions and cultivate at the same time. It doesn't matter which one reaches first, Night Sorrow said. After chatting with Enforcer Dong for a while, Night Sorrow returned to Yang Lei's mansion. He roasted and fed Tianyu the corpses of the demonic beasts bought by the servants. In Yang Lei's mansion, there were many third-generation disciples, but none of them dared to approach Night Sorrow. In their eyes, this martial uncle who had entered the sect only a year earlier than them was a monster. It was better not to get close to him. 13. How's the situation? Yang Lei, who had finished dealing with matters in the city lord's mansion, returned. Night Sorrow took out the silver token and waved it in front of Yang Lei. It's done. I don't have to do missions for a while. Not bad. You need to stabilize your cultivation, then take the yuan increasing pill and cultivate, Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. I plan to go to Dragon Spring Courtyard to cultivate. I'll return to the sect to see Master in a few days, Night Sorrow said. 6th senior sister has just accepted a disciple, so she's a bit busy. She doesn't have time to accompany you at Dragon Spring Courtyard. Take care of yourself, Yang Lei said after thinking for a while. She knew that in terms of cultivation environment, her place was far inferior to Dragon Spring Courtyard. Nodding, Night Sorrow jumped onto Tianyu's back and flew towards Dragon Spring Courtyard. After returning to Dragon Spring Courtyard and arranging things for Tianyu, Night Sorrow entered the main hall and saw an unexpected person. It was the Grand Elder of Medicine Valley, Hua Yunpeng. Little guy, you're really troublesome, Hua Yunpeng, who was drinking tea, said. Grand Elder, why are you here? Night Sorrow hurriedly bowed in greeting. I've been quiet for a while, so I came out for a walk. The environment here is pretty good. I want to stay here for a while. Is that okay? Hua Yunpeng put down the teacup in his hand and asked. Of course. Supreme Elder can stay as long as he wants, Night Sorrow said. Not bad, you've entered the 7th level of element gathering tier. Your foundation is very stable, and the qi and blood in your body are even more vigorous than before. You've indeed improved a lot, Hua Yunpeng evaluated as he sized up Night Sorrow. After chatting with Hua Yunpeng for a while and telling Hai Luo to take good care of Hua Yunpeng, Night Sorrow returned to his room. Night Sorrow didn't find Hua Yunpeng's visit strange. There was a natural formation in Dragon Spring Courtyard that could calm one's mind. It was normal for Hua Yunpeng to come here to find an opportunity to break through. Actually, Hua Yunpeng had been here for a few days. When Night Sorrow left Medicine Valley, Hua Yunpeng arrived at Danding City. After asking around, he found out that Hua Yunpeng had gone out with Yang Lei, so he didn't pay any attention to him. He didn't believe that Golden Flame sect could send a 5th-level martial artist to kill Night Sorrow. When Yang Lei was at the 4th level, she could defeat almost all her opponents at the same level. Now that she had entered the 5th level, even a few 4th-level martial artists would be useless. Then, he went to Night Sorrow's Dragon Spring Courtyard. Today, he was very satisfied to see Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow was truly unfazed. After entering his room, Night Sorrow ate a yuan increasing pill and began to cultivate. He planned to raise his cultivation to the peak of 7th level of yuan gathering realm as soon as possible. Then, he would go to Danding Cliff to refine his cultivation. After that, he would be able to advance to 8th level of yuan gathering realm. After hearing Enforcer Dong's words, Night Sorrow knew that he still had a long way to go before he could be blacklisted by Tianji Tower. If he entered the core condensation realm, then he would definitely be blacklisted by Tianji Tower. Through his understanding, Night Sorrow knew that blacklisted people would definitely be recruited by Tianji Tower. They could be considered as Tianji Tower's people. However, before the 4th level, there was no position assigned to them. Below the 4th level, their abilities were limited, and Tianji Tower didn't need them. Night Sorrow cultivated silently. Every day, Hua Yunpeng either fished or teased Silver Fox. After Aoi left, Hai Luo and Luo Wei took care of Silver Fox. With Night Sorrow's instructions, Silver Fox Cub didn't dislike Hai Luo and Luo Wei. What surprised Hai Luo and Luo Wei was that Silver Fox Cub was very willing to be with Hua Yunpeng. What they didn't know was that Hua Yunpeng cultivated the Tao of inaction. He had already reached the Tao of unity, so Silver Fox Cub felt close to him. It took Night Sorrow 3 days to completely refine the Yuan increasing pill and raise his true Qi cultivation to the peak of 7th level of Yuan gathering realm. After coming out of the room, Night Sorrow went to Celestial Water Lake to take a bath. Then, he returned to the martial arts field and began to study the Killing Fist. The Killing Fist focused on momentum, killing the opponent in one go. The technique was Wave Force, which was true Qi bombarding the opponent in waves. There was still a difference between it and Shock Force. Shock Force was true Qi bursting out at the same time, while Wave Force was attacking the opponent in waves. After studying the Slaughtering Fist manual for a while and memorizing the cultivation method and techniques, Night Sorrow put away the manual and began to cultivate his fist technique. Night Sorrow closed his eyes and kept punching forward, trying to find the feeling of wave force. Watching Night Sorrow cultivate, Hua Yunpeng frowned. He didn't understand why Night Sorrow, who cultivated the spear art, would cultivate the fist art. Standing there without moving, Night Sorrow kept punching. Sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it took him a long time to punch once. He was trying to figure out the wave force in the fist art. Night Sorrow hadn't moved since he stood there in the morning. Only in the evening did Night Sorrow stop and go to the dining room to eat. "Aren't you tired after cultivating for a whole day?" Hua Yunpeng, who followed Night Sorrow into the dining room, asked. "Not tired, it's okay," Night Sorrow said while eating. Not bad at all." Hua Yunpeng didn't expect Night Sorrow's answer to be like this. "Little Six, take care of Tianyu and Silver Fox." After instructing Little Six, Night Sorrow went back to his room to cultivate. Whether Hua Yunpeng was there or not, it didn't affect him much. Hua Yunpeng shook his head. He understood why Yu Yangyu, who hadn't accepted a disciple for many years, accepted Night Sorrow as his last disciple. If it were him, he would have accepted him too. In accepting a disciple, talent was important, but temperament was the most important. This was something all high-level cultivators knew. After cultivating true Qi and the myriad Dao Tome for an entire night, Night Sorrow woke up early and began to cultivate the Killing Fist art. Feeling the cool breeze blowing from the Skywater Lake, Night Sorrow was touched. If he wanted to cultivate wave force, he would feel it in the water. With this idea in mind, Night Sorrow went to the Skywater Lake. He took off his outer robe and stood in the water. First, he felt the impact of the waves, then he slowly punched out. This made Hua Yunpeng, who was holding the fishing rod, feel helpless. How could he fish like this? He might as well just watch Night Sorrow cultivate. After cultivating for 2 hours, Night Sorrow finally felt the characteristics of wave force. He then jumped onto the shore and began to execute the Killing Fist art. Whether it was cultivating secret arts or cultivating combat skills, the most difficult thing was to get started. Once you got started, the rest would be easy. Chapter 187. Night Sorrow could be considered to have mastered the shattering Killing Fist technique. Every battle skill had a corresponding cultivation method, but even if you had the cultivation method, you might not be able to successfully master it. This required talent and comprehension. For example, the heaven-covering hand manual was in the Medicine Valley Scripture Pavilion, but only the Taishian Peak disciples, Yu Yangyu and Yang Lei, and the new disciple, Night Sorrow, were able to cultivate it. The shattering Killing Fist technique was the same. Even if some people had the shattering Killing Fist technique manual, they still wouldn't be able to successfully master it. The shattering Killing Fist technique without the wave force was no different from an ordinary fist technique. After mastering the wave force and knowing how to circulate it, Night Sorrow's cultivation became much easier. Night Sorrow's fists continuously punched out. The true chi in his body was like a wave, pouring into his hands. This fight lasted for 15 minutes. The reason he stopped was because the true chi in Night Sorrow's dantian had been used up. With a low roar, Night Sorrow's body once again moved. His fists alternated as he punched out. This time, he used the 5th level of the muscle-strengthening stage's energy from the Myriad Tao treasured tome. The time he could last was a bit shorter than when he used true chi. After completely exhausting his true chi and the energy in his body, Night Sorrow returned to his room to continue cultivating. What Night Sorrow didn't know was that Hua Yunpeng was stunned. He had never seen such a fist technique before. Hua Yunpeng could feel the wave force on Night Sorrow's fists. He knew that this was because he hadn't met any obstacles. Once he met any obstacles, the wave force would explode. What shocked him the most was that after exhausting his true chi, by relying on the energy in his body, Night Sorrow was still able to continue punching for nearly 15 minutes. This was simply unimaginable. This wasn't a problem of the strength of his body, but rather the fact that Night Sorrow's body contained a very powerful energy. Night Sorrow did not expect Hua Yunpeng's reaction at all. After returning to his room, he ate a leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill and began his cultivation. Currently, his true chi had reached the peak of the 7th level of element gathering tier. What he needed now was to stabilize his true chi. However, there was still a lot of room for improvement in the 10,000 Tao treasured tome. In the next few days, Night Sorrow continued to consolidate his cultivation base at the peak of the 7th level of element gathering tier while practicing the 10,000 Tao tome and the killing fist art. The current shattering kill fist in Night Sorrow's hands was truly lethal. Even if Night Sorrow's body and fist did not move, the following wave force would be able to shatter the mountain rock. If the first wave force did not shatter, the following wave force would continue to attack until the target collapsed. This was completely different from oscillating force. Oscillating force could only be used once. If it could be shattered, then it would be shattered. If it couldn't be shattered, then it couldn't be shattered. After mastering the shattering kill fist art, Night Sorrow did not want to stay in the Dragon Spring courtyard any longer. He planned to go to Danding Cliff to consolidate his cultivation base and then break through. After packing up, Night Sorrow greeted Hua Yunpeng, Grand Elder, "I plan to go to the sect's Danding Cliff to cultivate. If you need anything, just let them know." "Alright, then you can go back first. Remember, don't run around. Wherever you go, you must inform your elders." Hua Yunpeng nodded and reminded Night Sorrow. He did not plan to go back to the sect with Night Sorrow. He needed to calm down and organize his thoughts. Riding on the Tianyu, Night Sorrow first arrived at Yang Lei's residence in Danding City. "You're planning to go back to the sect?" Seeing Night Sorrow, Yang Lei asked. "Yes, senior sister." "What about you?" "I plan to hand in the ancient book. If you need anything, I'll tell Master." Night Sorrow planned to give the Qian Yuan Qi refining scripture and the Gale Blade Dao art to Yu Yang Yu and then exchange them for some resources for his senior brother and senior sister. "If possible, help me exchange the Wind and Thunder sword art." "I don't know if it's possible, but I'll go back with you," Yang Lei said after thinking for a while. She also wanted to go back and take a look. The Wind and Thunder sword art was the ultimate skill of the Medicine Valley. It could not be obtained without outstanding contributions. Even the heaven-ranked disciples were not qualified to cultivate it. In the Medicine Valley, only the Valley Master and the Grand Elder could cultivate it. Yang Lei wanted to cultivate this sword art. However, if the price was too high, she planned to give up. After all, she was paying Night Sorrow's resources. She had to control the price herself. If she did not go back, regardless of the price, Night Sorrow would exchange it for her. Yang Lei was sure of this. After informing Bai Qingshan and Ao Yushan, Yang Lei and Night Sorrow rushed to the Medicine Valley. Seeing Yang Lei and Night Sorrow riding the Green Eagle and Tianyu leaving, Ao Yushan sighed. He was now a deputy city lord. He even felt that he was wronged when he was the city lord. There was no way he could compare with Yang Lei when he was the city lord. When he was the city lord, he did things cautiously. There were many things that he did not dare to do. For example, when he patrolled the city, he had to sit in a beast carriage and patrol for a few days. Most KK knew UJ chapter, Shang 1, however, after Yang Lei became the city lord, she immediately announced that her mount and the mount she chose could fly. Ao Yushan did not have the courage to do so. He was mainly afraid that the sect would punish him. However, Yang Lei was not afraid and did not punish him. After half a day, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei arrived at the Danding Peak Hall in the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow saw Yu Yangyu, the first elder, the second elder, Qian Wu, and Su Qinbai in the hall. Master, I. Night Sorrow bowed and was about to speak. Ahem. Master, 13 and I are here to greet you. Yang Lei coughed and interrupted Night Sorrow when Night Sorrow was about to speak. 13, your cultivation has increased well. It is very solid, the first elder said as he tapped the ground with his cane. Qinbai, go to the Merit Hall to supervise the doubling of the resources for all disciples in the Medicine Valley this year. We will discuss the matter of Danding City here, Qian Wu said. Qian Wu spoke. He already knew about Su Qinbai's background, so he knew that he needed to send Su Qinbai away. I will do it right away. Su Qinbai was very annoyed, but he still bowed and went to do it. 13, do you have something to tell me? Yu Yangyu knew that Night Sorrow had something to say when Yang Lei coughed. Yes, disciple obtained an ancient book. Normally, disciples shouldn't negotiate with the sect, but I want to exchange it for some battle skills for senior brother and senior sister, said Yishang. Let me see what technique it is. Yu Yangyu wasn't unhappy that Night Sorrow wanted to negotiate. He was happy that Night Sorrow was thinking for his senior brother and sister, but he was the Valley Master and had to maintain his dignity. Night Sorrow handed the Qian Yuan Qi refining scripture to Yu Yangyu. Yu Yangyu looked at it carefully and flipped through a few pages. When he saw that it was a 6th-level cultivation technique, Yu Yangyu's expression changed. He then handed the scripture to the first elder. This is an ancient book. Look at the color of the animal skin. It is quite old. If it is not fake, it can be used as a sect-guarding scripture. Where did you get it? The first elder was a little excited after looking at it carefully. This is the scripture of Lushan's supremacy. I got it by chance. As for whether it is real or fake, I don't think anyone can reach the 6th level, Night Sorrow answered directly. Chapter 188. That is indeed the case. The value of this book is immeasurable. 13. Do you have any requests? The Great Elder asked after handing the book to Qian Wu. I would like to exchange it for the combat skills that senior brother and senior sister need, mainly the Wind and Thunder Sword technique. Night Sorrow bowed to the Great Elder. Don't you need anything for yourself? Qian Wu, who had yet to read the book, asked. I don't need anything for myself. If Master and the elders feel that this book isn't enough, I have another one here. Night Sorrow took out the Gale Blade Combat Skill Book and handed it to Yu Yangyu. Yu Yangyu took the Gale Blade Combat Skill Book and flipped through it. He nodded and said, this is a rank 4 combat skill. It's quite valuable. However, the Wind and Thunder Sword technique is Medicine Valley's signature combat skill. Master needs to discuss this with the elders. Do you have anything else to say? Disciple still has a few words to say, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a moment. The Great Elder propped himself up with his walking stick and sat up straight. He then looked at Night Sorrow and asked, what do you have to say? The Sacred Cauldron scripture belongs to Medicine Valley. After I found it, I handed it over and returned it to the sect. However, the Heaven Essence Qi refining scripture and Gale Blade technique are not. The reason why I brought them back to the sect and didn't go to Tianji Tower or other places to exchange for combat skills is because I feel that as a disciple of Medicine Valley, I should contribute to the Medicine Valley and work hard to improve the strength of the Medicine Valley. This is what a disciple should do. For the sake of the sect's disciples and for the sake of the sect's strength, it is the responsibility of Master and the elders, Knight Sorrow said after organizing his thoughts. You mean that you have done what a disciple should do, and the rest is up to the sect to think for the disciple, right? The great elder asked. Yes, my senior brother and senior sister have been worried about me for more than a year. I want to do something for them. Knight Sorrow nodded. Yu Yangyu waved his hand at Knight Sorrow and Yang Lei. You two go back first. Master will discuss this with the elders. If the sect does not agree to this request, Master will bring the ancient book back to you. Knight Sorrow bowed and left the hall. Yang Lei bowed to Yu Yangyu, cupped her hands to the first elder and second elder, and then left the hall. She bowed to Yu Yangyu as a master and disciple, but she didn't need to bow to the first elder and second elder because she was also an elder. 13. You dare to say anything. Aren't you afraid that the first elder and second elder will get angry? The disciples of the Medicine Valley should put the sect first. Yang Lei slapped Knight Sorrow and said. Knight Sorrow smiled and shook his head. I'm telling the truth. I should return the Holy Cauldron scripture, but these two ancient books are different. My request will not harm the interests of the Medicine Valley. The two chatted as they returned to Taishan Peak and arrived at Aoi's Bamboo Grove house. You two are back. Have you seen Master? Aoi greeted the two when she saw them. At the same time, she asked the maid to prepare food. Yes, sixth senior sister. How many disciples have you had? You must be very busy. Knight Sorrow looked at the group of third-generation disciples who were practicing combat skills. It's okay. It's quite lively. 13. Your cultivation speed is a bit ridiculous. Aoi smiled. Then, the three of them sat down to chat and drink tea. Not long after, Yu Yangyu came. Knight Sorrow and the others quickly greeted him. Sit down. Aoi, send someone to inform your senior brother and junior brother to come. Yu Yangyu sat down and said. Master, what's the result of the elders' discussion? Knight Sorrow asked. If they didn't agree to your request, then wouldn't they have given you the ancient books? After a discussion and asking the Grand Elder, the sect agreed that the second-generation disciples of Taishan Peak, who are your senior brother and senior sister, can go to the library and choose any combat skill. However, only your eldest senior brother and ninth senior sister are qualified to choose the Wind and Thunder Sword art. Your eldest senior brother is the Peak Master and ninth senior sister is an elder. The sect can make an exception and agree to it. Others can't. Yu Yangyu said. Master, what happened? Aoi sent someone to inform Gong Xian and the others. When she returned, she was still confused. Then, Yang Lei explained the situation to Aoi. 13. It's not good for you to do this. The sect's elders will have opinions about you. Aoi said. She knew that no disciple dared to negotiate with the sect. It's nothing. The first elder and second elder understand that 13 is doing this for the good of Taishan Peak. They just think that 13 is a little independent and has a sense of belonging to Taishan Peak. They don't have any other opinions. Yu Yangyu shook his head. During the elders' discussion, some of the elders had mentioned Knight Sorrow's loyalty to Medicine Valley. However, the first elder and second elder refuted it directly. Without loyalty, such an ancient book would not be taken back to Medicine Valley. They also ordered that such arguments were not allowed. Soon, Gong Xian and the others arrived. Only Mo Chen wasn't there. Mo Chen had already gone into seclusion. Everyone who arrived knew what was going on. It was hard for them to thank Knight Sorrow. 13. Aren't you going to choose a battle skill? Gong Xian asked. I'm not going to choose. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. I already have what I need. Knight Sorrow shook his head. That's not right. 13. You've trained in spear techniques, but you don't have any close combat skills. The Zhenyu hand consumes too much energy. Third senior brother doesn't lack any battle skills right now. You should go and choose one. Hua Nan said. Yang Lei smiled and told him about Knight Soro's destruction fist technique. Ha! I didn't think 13 would know to hold back. Aoi nodded in satisfaction. She was afraid that Knight Soro would be so careless that he wouldn't hold anything back. Yu Yangyu had dinner with his disciples. He only left after dinner. After Yu Yangyu left, Knight Soro bid farewell to Aoi and the others. Then, he rode his Tianyu to Danding Cliff. His progress in meditation was slow, so he decided to cultivate at Danding Cliff. Original B version 6a, Su Chenbai was very angry. He knew that the Medicine Valley had convened an elders' meeting, and even the Grand Elder was involved. However, he didn't know what the meeting was about. He suspected that it had something to do with Knight Soro and Yang Lei, but he couldn't find out anything. He sent a message to the Golden Flame sect. He felt that it was meaningless for him to continue staying in the Medicine Valley. He could feel that he was being ostracized. This wasn't the first time he sent a message to the Golden Flame sect, but the Golden Flame sect didn't reply. After Knight Soro rode his Tianyu to Danding Cliff, he let Tianyu return to the Bamboo Grove house on Taishian Peak. Someone would take care of it there. Then, he greeted the fourth elder, Lu Qinyun, who was guarding Danding Cliff. It's so late. You still want to climb Danding Cliff? Lu Qinyun asked in surprise. Yes. Your disciple's cultivation has improved recently. I plan to settle down here. Sorry to disturb you, fourth elder. Knight Soro bowed. All right, take care of yourself. Lu Qinyun nodded. He knew that he wouldn't be able to rest tonight. If something happened to Yishan after he fell down, then he would be held responsible. After 2 hours, Yishan had returned to his position of 4,800 meters. This was something he wouldn't have been able to do in the past. Now that his 10,000 Daos tome had advanced to the 5th level of the muscle-strengthening realm and his true qi had reached the peak of the 7th level of the element-gathering realm, his strength had greatly increased. This time, climbing up was much easier. Chapter 189. At 4,800 meters, Yishan stopped tossing and turning. He sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Lu Qinyun let out a sigh of relief when he saw Knight Soro sitting cross-legged. He was really nervous. After cultivating for a while, Knight Soro stood up and used Jinyu Hand to consume his qi and myriad Dao Tome's energy. He then continued to cultivate and refine his cultivation. After dawn, Knight Soro began to cultivate his battle skills under the pressure. He cultivated destruction fist arts and dragon leap steps. While Knight Soro was cultivating, a man was looking at Knight Soro on the 4,400-meter platform. He was Shi Yunxiao. He had been the Yuan Gathering champion for a long time, so he had some merit points. After entering the core condensation stage, he came here to refine his cultivation. Last night, he was meditating, so he didn't know Knight Soro was here. After dawn, he found Knight Soro's shadow. This made Shi Yunxiao feel shocked and helpless. After he entered the core condensation stage, he only climbed 4,400 meters. He knew that there was a lot of pressure in between, but now, Knight Soro was cultivating this movement skill and battle skill at a distance of 4,800 meters. The difference was too great. When Knight Soro was tired, he would rest and drink a bowl of wine. The rest of the time, if he wasn't meditating, he would be cultivating his battle skills. The degree of craziness also made Shi Yunxiao understand why Knight Soro's cultivation increased so quickly. After dawn, disciples of the Medicine Valley came to climb Danding Peak to cultivate. However, they were all quite a distance away from Knight Soro. Even a core condensation stage cultivator would find it hard to climb 4,800 meters. Lan Yu also came. She was 200 meters lower than Shi Yunxiao. Originally, both of them were 4,200 meters high. Shi Yunxiao's battle skills were better than hers, so he dominated the Yuan leaderboard. Her luck wasn't too good. Just when she had the chance to dominate the Yuan leaderboard, Shi Yunxiao, who was extremely talented in battle, appeared. Now that Shi Yunxiao's cultivation had advanced to the core formation realm, it was reasonable to say that the first place of the Yuan leaderboard should be hers. However, Night Sorrow appeared. She could only continue to stay in the second place. Seeing Lan Yu's arrival, Shi Yunxiao's body flashed and landed 4,200 meters away. "You're here. If I don't come, I'll be left behind by you," Lan Yu said. "That guy is there too. He's practicing his fist technique up there. I really admire him. When I entered the core condensation stage, climbing up to 4,400 meters is my limit. Now he is running up to 4,800 meters. This is too much," Shi Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "What kind of talent does Night Sorrow have? His strength is incomparable. His arms and legs have at least 10,000 gene of strength." Lan Yu said. "How would I know? When I was meditating last night, he wasn't there yet. This morning, I found him cultivating up there," Shi Yunxiao said. "The feeling of powerlessness is too strong. I'm not afraid of opponents with strong talent. As long as they work hard, they can catch up and surpass them. It's this kind of talented and crazy person that makes people feel helpless." Lan Yu looked up at Danding Cliff and shook her head. Night Sorrow forgot himself and practiced his cultivator's killing fist technique. He fought against the pressure from Danding Cliff. When his Jin Qi was exhausted, he continued to meditate. Using the pressure from Danding Cliff to refine his cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of element gathering stage, Night Sorrow planned to break through when the sky turned dark. During the day, Night Sorrow really didn't dare to, because he was afraid that other people would disturb him when climbing Danding Cliff. But in the middle of the night, there wouldn't be any newcomers. Besides, climbing in the middle of the night was very dangerous. If one's hand or foot slipped, they would fall down. No one would climb in the middle of the night. After being refined by the pressure from Danding Cliff, Night Sorrow's Jin Qi, which was already at the peak of the 7th level of element gathering stage, became even purer. Using the energy from the 10,000 Dao Tome in his body to withstand the pressure from Danding Cliff, he used all his Jin Qi to break through. Night Sorrow had no problems in breaking through. He even expanded his Dantian to its limit. In the second half of the night, he successfully broke through to the 8th level of element gathering stage. After breaking through to the 8th level of element gathering stage, Night Sorrow continued to use the energy of the 5th level of muscle strengthening stage to withstand the pressure from Danding Cliff and stabilize his cultivation. Night Sorrow sat for an entire day. Only when the sky turned dark did he get up to practice his fist and movement techniques. Then he continued to meditate. The energy from Danding Cliff was too pure. In just one day, Night Sorrow had stabilized his cultivation at the 8th level of element gathering stage. The night passed. When the sun rose, Shi Yunxiao and Lan Yu both went down. They didn't have enough merit points and couldn't continue to cultivate here. Night Sorrow was in good condition. He stood up and wanted to practice his fist techniques. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to climb up and use up all his Jin Qi and energy from his body. Then he would go to a higher place to cultivate. After making his decision, Night Sorrow began to climb. Once he started climbing, the platforms below and above Danding Cliff became very lively. Night Sorrow was currently at a height of 4,800 meters. This was a height that was difficult for element gathering stage cultivators to reach. It was a record. But now, Night Sorrow continued to break through. This time, Night Sorrow was much stronger than the last time. Last time, his Jin Qi was at the 6th level of element gathering stage, and his 10,000 Dao Tome was at the 4th level of muscle strengthening stage. Now, his 10,000 Dao Tome was at the 5th level of muscle strengthening stage, and his Jin Qi was at the 8th level of element gathering stage. Night Sorrow's cultivation increased, but the difficulty of climbing also increased. Every time he climbed a certain height, the pressure was different. Now, Night Sorrow was under a lot of pressure, so his climbing speed was also slower. When he was 15 meters away from 4,900 meters, Night Sorrow's Shin-Chi was used up. He used his remaining muscle-strengthening stage energy to withstand the pressure, and relied on his body's energy to continue climbing. After climbing a step, he needed to catch his breath, and then he continued climbing. The pressure was too great. I'm at the core condensation stage. 4,500 meters is still a huge chasm. This guy is already at 4,900 meters, and he even has the strength to reach 5,000 meters. Shi Yunxiao bitterly smiled. This guy has a secret. Look, he doesn't have any Shin-Chi left, but there's still energy circulating in his body. Lan Yu reminded Shi Yunxiao. Women were very careful, and Shi Yunxiao didn't notice this point. How can this be? No wonder this guy is so ferocious. Two types of energy, this isn't just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Shi Yunxiao said with some surprise. That's right. Lan Yu said as if she had discovered a new continent. Just when the two were surprised, Night Sorrow climbed to the 4,900-meter platform. He lay on top of it to recover his strength. He didn't even have the strength to sit up. It must be known that this height was not something an ordinary core condensation stage cultivator could reach. After an hour, Night Sorrow recovered to his peak state. Looking up at the top of Danding Cliff, Night Sorrow hesitated. He didn't know if he should continue climbing or not. 7G0 only and 1K original version yo. For G0 only and 6K original version yo. The pressure at the end of every 1,000 meters was the greatest. Night Sorrow was worried that he would fail. When he climbed to 4,900 meters, he estimated that if he didn't break through, he wouldn't even be able to reach 4,850 meters. Chapter 190. Oh my God. Martial Uncle Night is going to climb again. Seeing Night Sorrow move, the disciples of the Medicine Valley became excited. Shi Yunxiao and Lan Yu, who hadn't left yet, looked at each other with shock in their eyes. 5,000 meters was a height that only the late core condensation realm could reach. This animal, if we don't attack him, he'll feel uncomfortable. Lan Yu scolded. Be careful with your words. If the elders find out about your martial uncle, you'll be scolded. Shi Yunxiao said. If they know, then they know. I'm just scolding him. Lan Yu insisted on her point of view, not caring about the expressions of the other onlookers. Lu Qinyun also heard it, but he didn't say anything because he felt that Lan Yu was right. Night Sorrow was an animal. When Night Sorrow began to climb, a man came to Danding Cliff. He looked to be in his late 20s. Seeing this person, many disciples stopped talking. Everyone knew this person. He was Lin Tianjue, who was originally first on the alchemy list. However, some time ago, he fell to second place. He was defeated by Taishian Peak's disciple, Mo Chen, and lost the first place. This was what everyone knew. What they didn't know was that the Merit Hall just announced that Taishian Peak's disciple, Mo Chen, was removed from the alchemy list because he entered the 4th rank. Nodding to Lu Qinyun, Lin Tianjue took out his identity plate and began to climb the cliff. His speed was extremely fast. The first 4,000 meters were almost like flying. It didn't affect him at all. What was really affected was that his speed dropped from the 4,000 meters. Although he was strong, he couldn't ignore the pressure. After Night Sorrow rushed to the 4,950 meters, he couldn't hold on any longer. The pressure from Danding Cliff made him put in a lot of effort for every step he took. There were only 20 meters left before the 5,000-meter platform. Night Sorrow couldn't hold on any longer. He knew that he wasn't strong enough. This 5,000-meter platform wasn't something he could challenge. Although he knew that he couldn't reach the 5,000-meter platform, Night Sorrow didn't give up. He continued to climb up. He wanted to keep up with his previous challenge. Soon, Lin Tianjue reached the 5,000-meter high platform. On the 5,000-meter high platform, Lin Tianjue wiped the sweat off his forehead and calmed his breathing. Then, he came to the edge of the platform and slowly drank from a small pot of wine. At the same time, he sized up Night Sorrow, who was trying his best to climb. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes. First equals $, what's wrong with him? He's already at the peak of the core condensation realm, yet he still has the face to look at others like that? Noticing Lin Tianjue's gaze, Lan Yu was a little angry. One had to know that Night Sorrow's ranking on the Yuan leaderboard was above hers. Now that someone was looking down on Night Sorrow, of course she was unhappy. Human nature is unpredictable. Shi Yunxiao coldly snorted. If one stood at the bottom of Pill Tripod Cliff, it would be very difficult to see the situation on the cliff. Shi Yunxiao, Lan Yu, Lu Qinyun, and some other disciples had all climbed to the opposite side of Pill Tripod Cliff. Looking at Night Sorrow, who was looking up and continuing to climb Pill Tripod Cliff, he saw Lin Tianjue's expression and was instantly enraged. No man would be able to stand being looked at with disdain while standing on top of another person's head. With a low growl, Night Sorrow continued to climb up. He couldn't stand others standing on top of him and looking at him with disdain. With a low growl, the veins on Night Sorrow's arms bulged as he struggled to climb up the platform. He's looking for trouble. Martial Uncle Yi will remember him for doing this. Qin Zhan is an example. He's strong now, but in the future. Humph. Lan Yu coldly snorted twice. While they were talking, Night Sorrow climbed up the 5,000-meter high platform. There was no pressure on the 5,000-meter high platform, but Night Sorrow didn't have any strength. He took out the reincarnation spear to support his body. Say your name. No one can stand on top of my head and show off. Night Sorrow coldly snorted and said. Lin Tianjue, Qin Zhan's senior brother. I just want to tell you that you shouldn't be too arrogant. Lin Tianjue coldly said. I'm arrogant. You can say that I'm arrogant, but let me tell you, I'll remember today's contempt. After Night Sorrow finished speaking, he directly sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. At this time, it was useless to say more. He wasn't Lin Tianjue's opponent. The gap between the two was too big. Instead of arguing, it was better to cultivate. Actually, Martial Uncle Yi and Su Mu are the same type. The difference is that Su Mu will bite whoever he sees. Martial Uncle Yi will definitely bite whoever provokes him. Lan Yu said. You mean that guy might end up like Qin Zhan? That's right. With the character of a Taishian Peak disciple, he can't be taken advantage of. Shi Yunxiao nodded. Seeing that Night Sorrow was meditating and ignoring him, Lin Tianjue also felt bored. He couldn't continue to provoke him and continued to climb. When he reached 5,200 meters, he began to cultivate. There was a time limit for him to come here. It couldn't be compared to Night Sorrow's unrestricted cultivation. Lin Yesheng recovered a little bit of strength and jumped onto the first small platform below the 5,000-meter platform to start cultivating. Disperse, disperse. Why are you so excited to see him climb? If you have the ability, go up yourself next time. Lu Qinyun began to drive people away. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, the disciples of other Taishian Peak elders came to Aoi's bamboo grove and told Night Sorrow about the conflict between Lin Tianjue and Lin Tianjue. Damn, he's courting death. I'll go and deal with him. After the breakthrough, Mo Chen, who was celebrating with Aoi, immediately became angry. I'll go with you. How shameless of him to bully 13 with his peak core condensation cultivation. Chu Lingfei was also unhappy. Like Mo Chen, she treated Night Sorrow as her younger brother. It wasn't because Night Sorrow helped her and Mo Chen, but because she really liked Night Sorrow. Okay, go. Taishian Peak isn't afraid of trouble. Aoi nodded. After Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei arrived, they waited for Lin Tianjue at the bottom of Danding Cliff. Seeing Mo Chen's arrival, the disciples cultivating at Danding Peak, whether they were coming or leaving, knew that things had gotten out of hand. The news spread quickly and people came one after another. Among them, Tianyue Peak disciples went to inform Luo Daoyuan. Luo Daoyuan was worried that something would happen to Lin Tianjue, so he came too. Not bad. Go back and call the Peak Master or my 9th senior sister. Seeing Luo Daoyuan come, Mo Chen smiled and turned to a second-generation disciple of Taishan Peak. He wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand. If Tianyue Peak wanted to play, Taishan Peak wasn't afraid. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Luo Daoyuan's face changed. Not to mention Gong Xian's identity as Taishan Peak's Peak Master, his cultivation wasn't something he could compete with. Gong Xian usually looked quiet, but if anyone provoked his junior brothers or sisters, he would definitely explode. Not to mention the even more unreasonable Yang Lei. Junior brother Mo, is this necessary? Luo Daoyuan said. Senior brother Luo, what do you mean by necessary? Mo Chen said with a smile. This matter was caused by Tianyue Peak disciples, so it was up to them to solve it. Chapter 191. Junior apprentice brother Mo, we're all youngsters. It's unavoidable for young people to be hot-headed. Why lower yourself to his level? Luo Daoyuan said with a smile. If that's really the case, then I, Mo Chen, definitely wouldn't mind. But senior martial brother Luo, do you think it's appropriate for someone at the peak of core formation to talk about qi with someone at the 8th level of element gathering tier? To put it bluntly, this is a matter of personality and character. Senior brother Luo, since you have come and spoken, then don't make things difficult for him. Apologize to 13, and this matter will be over. Mo Chen said. He didn't want to hurt Luo Daoyuan's face too much. After all, they were from the same sect. Alright, when he comes down, I'll deal with this matter. Luo Daoyuan nodded. He could ignore Mo Chen, but there were still people behind Mo Chen. If he got into a fight with Mo Chen because of Lin Tianjue, the people of Taishan Peak would be able to fight their way to Tianyue Peak. He had no doubt about that. Just as Luo Daoyuan finished speaking, Gong Xian, Yang Lei, Aoi and Huanan arrived on their green eagles. Peak Master Gong is here. It's a small matter. Luo Daoyuan greeted him. Although the two of them were of the same generation, their status in the Medicine Valley was too different, so it was impossible for them to talk to each other as equals. Being disrespectful to martial uncle is no small matter, Gong Xian said in a low voice. Upon hearing Gong Xian's words, Luo Daoyuan froze for a moment. It would be fine if they were of the same generation, but Lin Tianjue was 1 generation younger than Night Sorrow. With Gong Xian's power as the Peak Master of Taishan Peak and the Guardian of Medicine Valley, he could be directly punished for offending his superiors. Yn initial E hair when they arrived, Night Sorrow had already noticed them. Lin Tianjue had also seen the flying demonic beasts. It was impossible for him not to notice them. Lin Tianjue knew something was wrong when he saw a group of green condors coming over. That was the symbol of the 2nd-generation disciples of Taishan Peak. He hurried down Danding Cliff. When he reached the bottom of Pill Tripod Cliff, he would go to Luo Daoyuan's side. Lin Tianjue, don't you have anything to say? Mo Chen asked. I wonder what senior uncle Mo means. Lin Tianjue asked. Then I'll let you know what that means. Seeing Lin Tianjue playing dumb, Yang Lei's body flashed and her right hand slapped Lin Tianjue's face. Lin Tianjue's expression changed, and he raised his right hand to block it. When Lin Tianjue tried to block her attack, Yang Lei's right hand instantly sped up and slapped Lin Tianjue's face, causing him to tumble backward. If you stand up for the disciples of Tianyue Peak, then I will stand up for my junior brother, Yang Lei said coldly. Let him go. I'll settle this myself, Night Sorrow shouted to Yang Lei when they returned to the 5,000-meter platform at Danding Cliff. One must have integrity. This time, my 13th junior brother will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, he will kill you. Aoi's face was covered with a layer of frost. Night Sorrow was their favorite. How could she not be angry when he was bullied by someone who relied on their cultivation? Get out of here. Luo Daoyuan's expression was ugly. He was here, but he still lost face. Some people couldn't be provoked. His disciples just couldn't understand. In the eyes of the Medicine Valley's higher-ups, Night Sorrow was definitely an important person to cultivate. Lin Tianjue's status as the #1 on the elixir list was nothing in front of Night Sorrow. Why is there so much trouble? Our 13th junior brother isn't a troublemaker, but there are always people who are blind and shameless, always said. It's nothing. Overcoming obstacles is what one needs to go through to become an expert. Let's go back. Gong Xian said. Senior brother, I'm not going back. I want to consolidate my cultivation here, Mo Chin said. No, your wedding has been delayed for more than a month because of your breakthrough. You have to do it in the next few days. Gong Xian glared at Mo Chin. Okay, I'll listen to you, senior brother. Mo Chin originally wanted to accompany Night Sorrow, but when he saw Chu Lingfei's hopeful eyes, he nodded. The storm had passed, but everyone in the Medicine Valley knew about this matter. No one said that Taishan Peak was wrong. Lin Tianjue used his cultivation at the peak of the core condensation realm to look down on Night Sorrow. That was really too much. Night Sorrow didn't know that Mo Chin was preparing for the wedding. Originally, everyone wanted to call Night Sorrow back, but Mo Chin and Chu Lingfei didn't let them. It was just a matter of formality. They didn't want to interrupt Night Sorrow's cultivation. Every day, Night Sorrow cultivated his true qi and the energy from the myriad Tao Tome. He also cultivated his spear and fist techniques. His cultivation rose sharply. This made the disciples of the Medicine Valley who came to Danding Cliff to cultivate very envious. Other people came to Danding Cliff to cultivate for a day or two. Then, they had to do sect missions to earn merit points before coming again. It was considered good if they could cultivate once or twice a month. However, Night Sorrow, who had broken the record, didn't have to worry about this problem. Night Sorrow had an extreme desire to cultivate because he wanted to become a Black Eye of Tianji Tower. That way, he could write letters to Sikong. This time, Night Sorrow cultivated at Danding Cliff for half a month before coming down. He was chased down by Lu Qinyun. Cultivation couldn't be done overnight. Lu Qinyun was worried that Night Sorrow would get tired of cultivating and reject cultivation in the future. Since the elders stopped him, Night Sorrow could only stop cultivating. After coming down from Danding Cliff, Tianyu wasn't by his side. Night Sorrow could only walk. After walking for half a day, Night Sorrow returned to the Bamboo Grove house on Taishan Peak. Sixth senior sister, why is this place decorated with red silk? Night Sorrow asked when he saw the red silk hanging on the bamboo inside the bamboo grove. Your 11th senior brother is getting married. He doesn't have enough space, so he's hosting the guests at 6th senior sister's place, Aoi said. Why didn't you inform me about 11th senior brother's wedding? Night Sorrow was a little anxious and regretful. He didn't attend such an event and didn't send his blessings. It's nothing. Your 9th senior sister made the decision for you and gave Ling Fei a face-retaining pill. A lot of people were jealous. All the female disciples in the Medicine Valley asked if you have any more face-retaining pills. Also, Crepe Myrtle's eldest disciple, Tang Qianqian, expressed her dissatisfaction with you, Aoi said with a smile. I didn't do anything to her. Why is she dissatisfied? Night Sorrow was a little puzzled. Crepe Myrtle invited you, but you didn't go. You didn't give them face, Aoi explained. It's nothing good or important. I don't have to go, Night Sorrow shook his head and said. That's not appropriate. It's a gift that demands reciprocity. Since they invited you, it's rude if you don't go. I heard it's Peak Master Ye's idea, Aoi felt that Night Sorrow should go. Otherwise, it wouldn't be polite. Do I have to go? Night Sorrow was a little hesitant. You have to go. However, you have to control yourself. Although they are like wolves and tigers, they won't eat you, Aoi said. Chapter 192. We all got it. Your eldest senior brother and ninth senior sister got the Sword of Wind and Thunder. The rest of us also got what we needed. We all got the combat skills that we wanted, Qing-ji said. That's good. Knight Sorrow nodded. He really wanted to help Aoi, but he remembered what Yang Lei said. If he helped Aoi, it would be hard for him to face the other senior brothers. He could only treat them all equally. The best way to help them was to get the battle technique. What do you plan to do next? Cultivate with your junior nephews? Aoi asked with a smile. No, the fourth elder said that I can't stay at Danding Cliff to cultivate. He asked me to rest before going. I plan to go back to the Dragon Spring Courtyard and cultivate there for a while before going to Danding Cliff, Knight Sorrow told her his plan. Chapter 0, Section 1, Okay, but you have to go to Crepe Myrtle first. Also, when you were cultivating at Danding Cliff, a few people came looking for you. But they were all looking for you to drink. Nothing serious, Aoi said. Looking for me? Who came looking for me? Knight Sorrow asked. One was the disciple of the North Peak, Qin Zhen. The other was the disciple of Danding Peak, Shi Yunhai, Aoi said. They're all friends. Is Qin Zhen a disciple of the North Peak now? Knight Sorrow asked. I chatted with him for a while. He came to Medicine Valley last year to cultivate with the Master of the North Peak. He was planning to participate in this year's disciple recruitment ceremony, but he broke through to the Yuan Gathering realm before the ceremony. He's very shy and took a long time to answer my questions, Aoi told him about her meeting with Qin Zhen. That's good. I'm relieved. He's not good at communicating, but he's a good person. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. He knew Qin Zhen well. He knew that Qin Zhen was not good at communicating with others. It's rare to find someone you approve of. He's not bad, but he's also Qin Zhan and Qin Hai's younger brother. You crippled Qin Hai and hurt Qin Zhan. Won't he mind? Aoi still didn't understand Qin Zhen's mentality. Knight Sorrow told Aoi about the conflict he had with Qin Zhen and Qin Hai on the way from Red Flame City to Danding City. He also told her that Qin Zhen was willing to stand on his side. Yeah, he wouldn't have come to see you if there was a barrier in his heart. The fact that he came to see you means that he sees you as a friend. Aoi nodded. As for Shi Yunhai, Knight Sorrow knew that he was a careless person. He was probably here to drink with him. Sixth senior sister, I'm going to see Qin Zhen. With his personality, I don't think he has many friends. Knight Sorrow said. Yes, you going to see him might be very important to him. Also, you should hurry up and go to Crepe Myrtle. If you don't go, you'll lose your momentum. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a formality. Aoi said with a smile. She could imagine Knight Sorrow going to Crepe Myrtle. It must be a wonderful scene. Knight Sorrow nodded helplessly. Since Aoi asked him to go, then he had to go. Otherwise, it would be a problem in the future. Crepe Myrtle invited him. If he didn't go, then he wouldn't be giving them face. In the future, he would offend the people of Crepe Myrtle. Knight Sorrow didn't want that to happen. While Knight Sorrow and Aoi were chatting, Tianyu came back with a deer in his claws. That was his prey. When he saw Knight Sorrow, Tianyu threw the deer to the ground and ran to Knight Sorrow's side. He rubbed his head against Knight Sorrow's body. When Knight Sorrow was cultivating at Danding Cliff, Tianyu went over to catch prey. However, he didn't get close. He just looked from afar. Now that he saw Knight Sorrow coming back, he became excited. 13. This Tianyu is a big boss. He lives in the bamboo grove and has a few servant disciples serving him. He can't even be touched by others. Aoi said with a smile. She liked Tianyu very much. She also knew that this was the nature of strange beasts. It was very difficult for them to accept humans. Now, other than Night Sorrow, he wouldn't accept anyone else. 6th Senior Sister, I'm going to the North Pole Peak. I'll be back later. Night Sorrow said as he jumped on Tianyu's back. Okay, I'll go to Crepe Myrtle on the way. Hee hee. Aoi said with a smile. 6th Senior Sister, why don't you come with me? Night Sorrow was a little scared to go to Crepe Myrtle. This invitation was no different from a challenge to him. Okay. After meeting your little friends, come back to pick me up. Aoi thought for a moment and nodded. She knew that Night Sorrow had experienced a lot of things, but he had no experience in dealing with people, especially women. If Yi Xiling or Tang Qianqian threw out 10 wives, it would be hard for Night Sorrow to accept. When they arrived at the North Pole Peak, Night Sorrow explained the reason for his visit. Then, a disciple brought Night Sorrow to a comfortable valley behind the North Pole Peak. That was where Yen Beiji cultivated. In the valley, Night Sorrow saw Qin Zhen, who was working hard on his swordsmanship. Seeing Night Sorrow, Qin Zhen was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand and greeted him. Then, he wiped his sweat and ran to the pavilion at the back. After a while, he came out and said, I just greeted Grandmaster. You're cultivating with the Peak Master? Night Sorrow took out wine and poured 2 bowls. Then, he took out some jerky and said. Yes. My father is Grandmaster's disciple. Naturally, I'm the 3rd generation disciple of the North Pole Peak. I don't need to be apprenticed. I'm just following Grandmaster, Qin Zhen said after taking a sip of wine. That's good. If you're tired from cultivating in the future, you can come find me for a drink. If I'm not in the bamboo grove, I might be in the Dragon Spring courtyard outside of Danding City. You can find me there and cultivate there. Night Sorrow filled Qin Zhen's bowl again and said. Okay. If I have time, I'll come find you. Also, I want to apologize to you for what happened to my cousins. Speaking of this, Qin Zhen's face turned red. He felt that the Qin family was a little too much. He knew the cause of the incident very well. Speaking of which, I'm the one who should apologize. I was too harsh on them. I'll just avoid them in the future. After hesitating for a while, Night Sorrow gave in. He didn't want to make Qin Zhen feel uncomfortable. Since they were friends, he had to be considerate of his friend. You're thinking too much. By the way, I'll be going back to Red Flame City soon. Is there anything you need me to help you with? Qin Zhen asked. No, thank you for me. If it wasn't for your help, it would have been very difficult for me to come to Medicine Valley, Night Sorrow said. I will. Qin Zhen nodded. After drinking a jar of wine with Qin Zhen, Night Sorrow left. He was going to pick up Aoi and take her to Crepe Myrtle. After Night Sorrow left, Yen Beibei appeared. Zhen, this is a good friend. For the past year, other than the people from Taishan Peak, he hasn't acknowledged anyone else. Cherish your friendship, Yen Beibei said. Chapter 193. Qin Zhen nodded. He didn't like to talk, even when he was with Yen Beifang. Also, your cultivation is improving faster, but it's not solid enough. Follow your senior brothers and sisters to the Empyrean Terminus Tower to do some missions, but don't come into contact with the more dangerous ones. Yen Beibei instructed again. Qin Aoshuan was Yen Beifang's disciple, and he was quite satisfied with him. He returned to his hometown and became the vice mayor of the city. Yen Beifang had already announced that he would be appointed as the mayor of the city. Qin Zhen was Qin Aoshuan's only son, but he didn't have an extravagant aura. Instead, he cultivated very hard. After he advanced before the disciple recruitment ceremony, he increased his cultivation by 1 level in a short period of time. My disciple started cultivating with Night Sorrow. He's very hardworking and outstanding. I'm not much worse than him, Qin Zhen said after thinking for a while. Friends don't discriminate between nobility and lowly, but you have to know that if you're on the same level, you'll feel more comfortable drinking and chatting together. Don't feel inferior and don't feel inferior, Yan Beifang reminded Qin Zhen with his life experience. Night Sorrow returned to the bamboo grove and flew towards Crepe Myrtle with Aoi. How's your little friend? Aoi asked. Very good. He's working very hard. He's already reached the second level of element gathering tier, Night Sorrow said. He's very talented and has a good personality, Aoi had a high opinion of Qin Zhen. Soon, Tianyu arrived at the square in front of Crepe Myrtle. After getting off the Tianyu, Night Sorrow asked Tianyu to lie down on the ground. Then, he walked towards the Crepe Myrtle Palace with Aoi. Martial Ant Aoi is here. What's wrong? Martial Ant Knight, do you need Martial Ant Aoi's protection to come to Crepe Myrtle? Crepe Myrtle's disciple, Huang Qian, greeted Aoi when she saw the two of them. She then glanced sideways at Night Sorrow and said. I don't know who's who, so I'll ask 6th senior sister to come over. If there's anyone I need to introduce, please introduce them to me. Night Sorrow was stumped by Huang Qian's words. We will all introduce ourselves. Lan Yu walked over from the direction of the main hall square, followed by some female disciples. Night Sorrow didn't know what to say. At the same time, he also knew that Crepe Myrtle's disciple wasn't someone to be trifled with. Regardless of his strength, his words were very sharp. What are you guys doing? Martial Ant is here. Why aren't you inviting her into the main hall? Suddenly, a woman in her 30s walked out from the main hall. Greetings, Senior Sister Lu. Aoi cupped her hands towards the woman. This woman was Yi Xiling's third disciple, Lu Jingyun. She joined the sect around the same time as Aoi, so it wasn't easy to differentiate between senior and junior sisters. However, she was ranked high in Crepe Myrtle, so Aoi called her senior sister. Junior sister Aoi is too polite. Senior sister invited junior brother Knight over. This is a bit difficult. Lu Jingyun smiled at Night Sorrow and led the way. At the same time, she asked Huang Qian to inform Tang Qianqian. Since Yi Xiling was often in seclusion, Crepe Myrtle's matters were taken care of by Tang Qianqian. This was a common phenomenon in all the peaks. The older generation had to work hard to break through, while the younger generation had to train their management skills. Greetings, senior sister. I've been busy with missions and cultivation, so I didn't come over. Please forgive me. After entering the main hall, Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Lu Jingyun. Is that so? It's good that it's not because of other reasons. It's our master's idea to invite you as a guest, Lu Jingyun pointed at the seats and invited Aoi and Night Sorrow to sit down. Thank you for your kind invitation, Peak Leader Yi, Night Sorrow politely returned the gesture. How long has it been? You really don't have any respect for Master and Crepe Myrtle, a woman walked in from outside. The woman was tall and slender. Her fine black hair was tied behind her head. Her eyes were very beautiful, but there was a hint of coldness in them. She was wearing a sapphire blue dress that matched her very well. The only thing that didn't match was the layer of frost on her face. Jingyi, don't say that. Maybe junior brother Knight is really busy, Lu Jingyun said. This was Crepe Myrtle and Yi Xiling's disciple, Lin Jingyi. She was quite strong and was quite famous in Medicine Valley. What's wrong? Do I have to come just because you invited me? Hearing Lin Jingyi's words, Night Sorrow was dissatisfied. She shouldn't treat a guest like this. Are you not giving face to Crepe Myrtle? Lin Jingyi coldly looked at Night Sorrow. Respect is mutual. If you don't give me face, why should I give face to others? Night Sorrow coldly said. Alright, Jingyi, what are you doing? How can you treat your junior brother like this? Tang Qianqian walked into the hall. 13, this is senior sister Tang. Aoi stood up and cupped her hands at Tang Qianqian. Junior sister Aoi, you're too polite. Back then, Master went to talk to Martial Uncle Lu and wanted to invite you over. Unfortunately, Martial Uncle Lu refused. Otherwise, we would be dear martial sisters, Tang Qianqian sat down and said with a smile. It's still the same now. We're both Medicine Valley's disciples, so we're dear martial sisters, Aoi said with a smile. Junior brother knight, I wanted to set a precedent and bring you to Crepe Myrtle during the disciple recruitment ceremony last year, but I didn't succeed, Tang Qianqian said with a smile on her face. Thank you, senior sister Tang, Knight Sorrow nodded and said. Now, my master still hopes that you can come to Crepe Myrtle, Tang Qianqian said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, above 0, thank you, Peak Master. I'm here now, although I'm a little late, Knight Sorrow stood up and cupped his hands. He thought that Tang Qianqian wanted to invite him to Crepe Myrtle as a guest. Junior brother knight, you must have misunderstood. My master hopes that you can join Crepe Myrtle, Tang Qianqian said straightforwardly. I'm sorry, I'm a disciple of Taishian Peak, so I can't join Crepe Myrtle, Knight Sorrow was stunned for a moment, then he refused. You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Jingyi said coldly as she glared at Knight Sorrow. Well, don't you think senior sister Lin is pretty? Many Medicine Valley's disciples have their eyes on her. Master said that if you come, she'll make the decision to marry her to you. Tang Qianqian threw a bomb. It was also a big meat bun that a man would find hard to refuse, because Lin Jingyi was indeed very beautiful, and her temperament was also the kind of cold and aloof. Besides, Grandmaster also said that you can choose a few more girls besides junior sister Lin. Lan Yu, who was standing beside Tang Qianqian, said with a smile while covering her mouth. Senior sister, are you gloating over my misfortune? Sometimes, it's easy to be sad after joy, Huang Qian said. Yes, master arranged it this way. They can all be with you, Tang Qianqian pointed at the other girls in the hall, including Lan Yu. This made Lan Yu a little dumbfounded. Retribution came too quickly, but fortunately, Knight Sorrow's answer made her feel a little more at ease. Sorry, unless you kick me out of Medicine Valley, I won't leave Taishian Peak. Knight Sorrow's attitude was very firm. Chapter 194. Knight Sorrow also stood up and touched the reincarnation spear with his right hand. Junior sister Lin, this isn't appropriate, right? Aoi, who had been silent all this while, stood up and said. Aoi didn't say anything even when Tang Qianqian tried to poach Lin Jingyi. However, Aoi couldn't tolerate Lin Jingyi making a move. Jingyi, sit down. Tang Qianqian shouted at Lin Jingyi. She sounded unhappy because it was indeed inappropriate for her to do this. Not liking you is my problem. However, I will remember that you don't like me. Lin Jingyi stood up and left the hall. Lin Jingyi was in a bad mood recently. She was the outstanding second-generation disciple of Crepe Myrtle. However, Yi Xiling arranged for her to be with Knight Sorrow. If Knight Sorrow agreed to come to Crepe Myrtle, then she would be in charge of receiving and comforting him. In other words, she would become a bargaining chip to win over Knight Sorrow. Lin Jingyi objected immediately. However, Yi Xiling didn't accept her objection and told her that this wasn't to make things difficult for her. Therefore, she was extremely unhappy when she saw Knight Sorrow today. 13. Someone is holding a grudge against you. Aoi shook her head and sat down. She understood that the truth was just as Lin Jingyi said. Women could not like you, but if you didn't like them, then it was a sin. Sorry, sixth senior sister. Let's go. Knight Sorrow said. He didn't want to stay here and look at other people's faces. My junior sister's personality is like this. She is a bit cold. Don't mind her. Tang Qianqian smiled apologetically. It's fine. They are all young people. It is normal for them to have a bit of temper. Senior sister Tang, if you have time, come visit me in the bamboo grove. Aoi stood up and said. Knight Sorrow and Aoi rode Tianyu back to the bamboo grove on Taishian Peak. What's wrong? Is junior brother still angry? Aoi asked. I'm not angry. I just think they're a little unreasonable, Night Sorrow said. Not many women are reasonable, Aoi said with a smile. Not really. 6th senior sister and 9th senior sister are very reasonable, Night Sorrow said with a smile. That's because I'm trying to reason with you. I don't need to do that with others. Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei appeared, dressed in festive outfits. Congratulations, 11th senior brother. Congratulations, big sister Lingfei. Night Sorrow bowed. Thank you. Your face-preserving pill is a treasure. Thank you, junior brother. Chu Lingfei reached out to help Night Sorrow up. I'll be more careful in the future, Yishang said, a little embarrassed. My cultivation has delayed my business. Mo Chen smiled and shook his head. Did you go to Crepe Myrtle and get bullied? Night Sorrow didn't say anything, so Aoi repeated it with a smile. Ha, that Lin Jingyi is a famous cold beauty. You directly rejected her, which is equivalent to slapping her face. That's why she's unhappy. Of course, she's also unhappy that you agreed, Chu Lingfei said with a smile. Night Sorrow understood this and didn't say anything. He would just stay away from Crepe Myrtle in the future. After eating with Aoi, Mo Chen, and Chu Lingfei, he was about to leave. There's something I need to remind you. After a while, the disciples will be able to return home. Are you going back to Bamboo Garden Town? Aoi asked. I'm going back. I'm going to see Old Man Gu and Uncle Nyo. You guys can call me when the time comes. After making his decision, Night Sorrow rode on Tianyu and left Taixian Peak. He was going back to the Dragon Spring Courtyard to cultivate. 13 is really hardworking. I have to work hard too. Lingfei's cultivation is higher than mine, Mo Chen said while rubbing his nose. All these years, he had been chasing Luo Sihai and had delayed a lot of his cultivation time. However, his combat ability was strong and his foundation was solid. When he returned to the Dragon Spring Courtyard, it was already midnight. After feeding Tianyu, Night Sorrow went to cultivate. When Night Sorrow returned, Hua Yunpeng knew. When he saw Night Sorrow's cultivation, he was shocked. Night Sorrow's cultivation speed was too fast and solid. After cultivating for a night, Night Sorrow went to the dining room for breakfast. When he arrived, Hua Yunpeng was already eating. Grand Elder is here. Night Sorrow sat across from Hua Yunpeng. Hua Yunpeng smiled and nodded. I realize that living here is a pleasure. The environment is pleasant and I can eat delicious dishes every day. Then Grand Elder can stay here. Yishan took the food that Hai Luo brought over and began to eat with his head lowered. Night Sorrow didn't flatter Hua Yunpeng just because he was the Grand Elder. He lived his life as usual. After eating, he went to cultivate his spear art and fist art. He had the opportunity to learn the Wind Thunder sword art. When he submitted the book, the sect would allow it as long as he mentioned it. However, he didn't like sword arts. He felt that sword arts weren't as domineering as spear arts and weren't suitable for him. While cultivating his spear art and fist art, Night Sorrow didn't forget to cultivate his movement technique. He wanted to combine cloud movement technique and dragon leap steps. Watching Yishang cultivate was a form of enjoyment for Hua Yunpeng. The beauty of strength was evident on Yishang's body. Every time after cultivating, Night Sorrow would drink tea with Hua Yunpeng. When it comes to cultivating movement techniques, you might have walked into a dead end. It is very difficult to perfectly combine two types of movement techniques. Try to focus on one type of movement technique, then slowly add in the other type of movement technique. You can integrate it bit by bit, Hua Yunpeng said. Only 4 is Z proper version Z, M equals T, E is all FC is P hashtag thief version N, okay, thank you Grand Elder for your guidance. Night Sorrow nodded. In the afternoon, Night Sorrow rode Tianyu into Danding City. He wanted to see Yang Lei and Enforcer Dong. Before going to Tianji Tower, Night Sorrow bought some cooked food and wine before going to see Enforcer Dong. Seeing Night Sorrow, Enforcer Dong smiled. You came. If you didn't come, I would have gone to the city lord's mansion. Your letter. Enforcer Dong took out a letter and handed it to Night Sorrow. Without caring about Enforcer Dong's presence, Night Sorrow opened the letter. After reading the letter, Night Sorrow's face turned gloomy. The contents of the letter made him angry. The Seekong clan and Ji clan were pressuring Yunwu Mountain at the same time. Of course, Yunwu Mountain wouldn't compromise. It was fine with the Seekong clan, but the pressure from the Ji clan made Yunwu Mountain furious. They directly started to wipe out some of the Ji clan's businesses and forces. The conflict escalated. In order to not make things difficult for her grandfather, Seekong Chuyu chose to leave again. This time, she didn't have a goal and just went wherever she wanted. Night Sorrow's face turned livid. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He was too angry. This is how the world works. What you need is strength. The Ji clan is strong, so they are lawless. That's why the Seekong clan needs such a marriage alliance. However, the son-in-law is very strong this time. He directly asked the Ji clan to retreat. He won't allow anyone to touch Yunwu Mountain, Enforcer Dong said. Chapter 195. Then isn't the current situation of Mount Yunwu very good? Yi Shan asked after putting away the letter. Not really. Yunwu Mountain's weakness is that it's a new force without many years of inheritance. However, the Mountain Master is very strong. It won't be easy for the Ji family to do anything. Besides, although my son-in-law isn't the head of the Seekong family, he has his own force. He won't let the Ji family touch Yunwu Mountain, Enforcer Dong said. Seekong sent me a letter saying that the Seekong family is also putting pressure on Yunwu Mountain, Night Sorrow said. That's just a part of the Seekong family. The Ji family is the same. It's not the whole family's decision, Enforcer Dong said. I'm worried about Seekong's safety now. It's not safe for her to walk around alone, Night Sorrow said worriedly. Don't worry. Miss is the inspector of Tianji Tower. She can go anywhere she wants and won't be in any danger. Those who don't know their place are no match for her. Everyone knows that the people of Tianji Tower are not to be trifled with, Enforcer Dong said. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that Enforcer Dong was telling the truth, but he was still worried. After drinking a jar of wine with Enforcer Dong, Night Sorrow left Tianji Tower and went to Yang Lei's mansion. 13, you're here. Yang Lei was very happy to see Night Sorrow. Ninth senior sister, Night Sorrow greeted her. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Yang Lei, who was familiar with Night Sorrow, asked. Night Sorrow told her about the letter from Seekong Chuyu. That Ji family is shameless. So is the Seekong family, Yang Lei said angrily. I can't help her when she's in trouble. Night Sorrow was a little depressed. 13, do you like Seekong? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked seriously. I don't know. I'm just worried about her. I don't want her to get into trouble, Night Sorrow said after some hesitation. I can't contact her now. Why don't we let her come to Taishian Peak? She'll be absolutely safe there, Yang Lei said. Night Sorrow nodded and said nothing. Here, this is the top quality silk you brought back. Senior sister found a craftsman to make a few robes. Yang Lei took out a few folded robes. Then, Yang Lei asked Night Sorrow to try it. Night Sorrow knew that Yang Lei wanted to make him happy, so he didn't refuse. Night Sorrow looked very spirited when wearing the top-grade silk robe that was tailored and sewn by a high-level craftsman. It was a pure white silk robe with hidden flower patterns. The collar, hem, and cuffs of the robe were all embroidered with red, making it look very impressive. 13, you look so handsome in it. I made a few of them. You can wear this in the future, Yang Lei said happily. If someone else wore this robe, they might look arrogant and extravagant. Young master, you have a different temperament when wearing it, Choshu said. Then I'll wear it. Yi Shang also liked it. This kind of open front robe was quite comfortable to wear. That night, Night Sorrow didn't leave. He stayed at Yang Lei's place. What they didn't know was that a fire phoenix flew over and landed some distance away from Danding City. A woman wearing a bamboo hat entered the city, found a beast carriage, and left Danding City. After cultivating for a night, Yang Lei asked Shen Ziming to bring the disciples to Longquan Courtyard. She didn't want to stay in the mansion, so she wanted to bring the disciples to Longquan Courtyard to cultivate. After all, Longquan Courtyard was big. Even if they didn't use it, they would be free. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei arrived first. Shen Ziming brought over 30 disciples and rode the beast carriage. When Yang Lei saw Hua Yunpeng, she was shocked. The previous Valley Master, the current Grand Elder, was actually staying at Night Sorrow's place. She also knew that this was a peak stage 5 practitioner. In the Medicine Valley, he was definitely the #1 person. Even the Grand Elder of the Medicine Valley couldn't compare to him. One must know that after entering the 5th Order, every step forward was extremely difficult. A mid-5th Order killing an early 5th Order was as easy as chopping vegetables. How strong was Hua Yunpeng at the peak of the 5th Order? Yang Lei did not know. Seeing Hua Yunpeng, Night Sorrow cupped his hands. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and then bowed. Yang Lei, you're not as good as your junior brother in this aspect. Just say hello and let me know that you're here. There's no need to be so formal. Hua Yunpeng said with a smile. Disciple understands. Yang Lei nodded. Aren't you the city lord of Danding City? Are you very free? Hua Yunpeng asked. Yes, I've arranged everything for the 2 vice city lords, as well as the elders and protectors. They're in charge of the area. If something happens, I'll look for them. So disciple has nothing to do. Yang Lei said with some embarrassment. This is the way of managing people. Not bad. Hua Yunpeng didn't blame Yang Lei. Instead, he felt that Yang Lei did a good job. Night Sorrow didn't stay with Hua Yunpeng and Yang Lei for long. He played with the silver fox cub for a while and then went to cultivate. In the following days, Night Sorrow stayed at the Dragon Spring Courtyard to cultivate. When he was cultivating his battle skills, he brought Tianyu and the silver fox to the Celestial Lake to cultivate. This cultivation lasted for more than half a month. Night Sorrow's cultivation level rose sharply. Although he was still some distance away from the 9th level of Element Gathering Realm and the 6th level of Muscle Strengthening Realm, he wasn't far away. Yang Lei told Night Sorrow that the Spirit Gathering Formation at Taishian Peak was about to open. She asked Night Sorrow if he wanted to go. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow decided not to go. The Spirit Gathering Formation wasn't as effective as the one at Danding Cliff. If they were comparing the speed of absorbing energy, the Spirit Gathering Formation was faster. However, after absorbing energy, one's cultivation level would be unstable. It wasn't as solid as the one at Danding Cliff. Moreover, the absorption speed at Danding Cliff wasn't slow either. Night Sorrow had been back at the Dragon Spring Courtyard for more than half a month. He planned to return to Danding Cliff to cultivate and raise his cultivation level to the 9th level of Element Gathering Realm and the 6th level of Muscle Strengthening Realm. Ha, you have the authority to cultivate without limit at Danding Cliff. Indeed, you don't need to care about the opening of the Spirit Gathering Formation, Yang Lei said with a smile. After chatting with Night Sorrow for a while, Yang Lei led her disciples to Taishian Peak. Night Sorrow didn't care about this opportunity, but Yang Lei's disciples all needed it. After Yang Lei left, Night Sorrow and Hua Yunpeng stayed together and drank tea. Night Sorrow, this silver fox isn't simple. You need to stay by his side often. You don't need to do anything. Just let him get familiar with you. In the future, he'll be of help to you. But it's not very convenient. Night Sorrow was a bit worried. The beast taming space Tianyu was given to him by Taitsong. How could he still have a beast taming space crystal? I don't have a beast-taming space crystal here. How about this, I'll give you some spirit stones. Go to Tianji Tower and exchange for one. Hua Yunpeng smiled and took out a few high-grade crystals. And spirit stones can be exchanged? Then I have some here. There's no need to trouble Grand Elder. Night Sorrow said. He really didn't lack spirit stones. In Lu Shan Venerable's cave, he had obtained quite a lot of spirit stones. Take it. These spirit stones are useless to me. You can use them. I want to remind you that there must be a limit to your cultivation. Go to Danding Cliff and raise your cultivation level. Stabilize it for 2 days and come back. Don't just stay up there and not come back down, Hua Yunpeng said. Grand Elder, but I'm really in a hurry to enter the core formation realm, Night Sorrow said. Chapter 196. Night Sorrow didn't hide anything from Hua Yunpeng and told him about his plan to get the attention of the Black Organization of Tianji Tower. Now that it's a purple organization, it's indeed necessary to break through the Black Organization. Tianji Tower is a force that has 9 regions and 18 prefectures. If our Medicine Valley has someone in it, it'll be good for the Medicine Valley. However, I still think that you don't have to destroy your foundation just because you're in a hurry. Hua Yunpeng still insisted on his opinion. Okay, I'll listen to you. Night Sorrow nodded. Hua Yunpeng wouldn't harm him. Since he said so, it made sense. Your cultivation speed and experience are obvious. They're blind if they don't want you. Hua Yunpeng said. Disciple will keep Grand Elder's words in mind. Yi Shang bowed and said. After bidding farewell to Hua Yunpeng, Night Sorrow took Silver Fox and Tianyu to Tianji Tower in Danding City. He exchanged a beast-taming crystal with Enforcer Dong and then went to Danding Cliff in the Medicine Valley. You're here again. Take it easy, Lu Qinyun said. Just then, a person walked out of the thatched hut in Danding Cliff. Night Sorrow recognized this person. He was Elder Su, who was originally guarding this place. At this time, Elder Su's aura had changed. The aura of a sunset was gone. Instead, it was a violent aura. Thank you, Elder Su said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow returned the gesture. He knew that Elder Su had successfully entered the 5th rank and had a long lifespan. Then, he let Tianyu and Silver Fox enter the beast-taming crystal. Night Sorrow began to climb Danding Cliff. When Night Sorrow reached the 4,800-meter platform, he didn't continue climbing and began to cultivate. He continued to climb. Night Sorrow felt that it was very difficult. The 5,000-meter platform wasn't suitable for cultivation because there was no pressure. He still had to come down a little. Watching Night Sorrow cultivate, Elder Su and Lu Qinyun looked at each other. This guy still treats cultivation as food. The Medicine Valley has a successor, Elder Su said. Night Sorrow didn't know about their evaluation of him. He was cultivating on the platform at 4,800 meters. If it was in the past, Night Sorrow would have caused a stir among the other disciples who came to cultivate. But now, it was no longer the case. Everyone knew that there was a special person like Night Sorrow in the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow was the same as before. He would cultivate his Jin Qi and the myriad Daoist tome for a while, and then he would cultivate his spear arts and fist arts for a while. He would consume his energy and then continue cultivating. When he was thirsty or hungry, he would eat fasting pills and drink some wine. On the 4th day of Night Sorrow's cultivation, someone came to the platform he was on. Looking at the person, Night Sorrow was stunned for a moment. Then, he cupped his hands and said, Night Sorrow greets Senior Sister Lin. It was a woman. She was Lin Jingyi, a disciple of Yi Xiling, the Crepe Myrtle Peak Master. She was also the woman who didn't have a good impression of Night Sorrow. I heard that you reached the 5,000-meter platform. Why are you lying here now? Lin Jingyi looked at Night Sorrow calmly. It was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. This place is already very suitable for me. There's nothing good up there, Night Sorrow answered. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Night Sorrow for a while. I don't understand. Why don't you like me? Senior Sister Lin, what are you talking about? I just don't want to leave Taishan Peak. It has nothing to do with anything else, Night Sorrow said with a bitter smile. But everyone in Medicine Valley knows that Night Sorrow doesn't like women from Crepe Myrtle. This is a fact, Lin Jingyi said. Then Senior Sister Lin, what do you think I should do? Should I go to Crepe Myrtle one day and apologize? Night Sorrow thought for a while and sighed. Let me think about it. Anyway, this matter isn't over so easily. I'm the only one who doesn't like you. Why don't you like me? Lin Jingyi snorted coldly. True Qi burst out of her body and she floated up. She only grabbed with her hands and kicked with her legs. Night Sorrow looked up and was stunned. Because the weather was hot, Lin Jingyi was wearing a skirt. Night Sorrow could see her white legs very clearly. Unfortunately, Lin Jingyi turned her head and looked down. The two of them looked at each other from top to bottom. Then Lin Jingyi realized something was wrong. She pressed her skirt with one hand and landed on the platform 4,900 meters above. Night Sorrow, you're a pervert. You and I can't exist under the same sky. Night Sorrow had the urge to vomit blood. What the hell is going on? I didn't mean it, but in fact, I did have a pervert's behavior. Unable to talk back, Night Sorrow could only continue to meditate and ignore Lin Jingyi's words. Explain. How can I explain this kind of thing clearly? Lin Jingyi's roar surprised the disciples who were cultivating at Danding Cliff. They didn't know what was going on. Some time ago, there was a crazy rumor that Night Sorrow didn't like the girl from Crepe Myrtle. But now it wasn't the case. Lin Jingyi and Night Sorrow were only 100 meters apart. Something must have happened. Otherwise, Lin Jingyi could have chosen to scold Night Sorrow when she wasn't at his height. Or she could have scolded Night Sorrow when they were at the same height. What's going on now? The most important thing was what Lin Jingyi said. She said that Night Sorrow was a pervert. If they were enemies, if they were rivals, she wouldn't have scolded him like that. It was like flirting. You little bastard, you little pervert. Why aren't you talking? Seeing that Night Sorrow didn't explain, Lin Jingyi was even angrier. She was sure that Night Sorrow had seen something he shouldn't have. She didn't know how to explain, so she didn't speak. Night Sorrow pretended that he didn't hear anything. He just didn't reply. Night Sorrow didn't reply. She calmed down. Then she realized that her words were inappropriate. The disciples from the other platforms were looking over. She spat at Night Sorrow. Lin Jingyi had no choice but to go up. Ahem. Yi Shang, this brat, is quite popular with women, Elder Su said with a smile. He became famous at a young age. How can he not attract women? Little bastard, little pervert. Ha, interesting. I wonder how Valley Master would feel if he knew. Lu Qinyun said with a smile. If Xiling knew, it would be interesting. Elder Su nodded. The Xiling he was talking about was Crepe Myrtle's peak master, Yi Xiling. At a height of 5,700 meters, there were people from Taishan Peak, Mo Chen, and Chu Lingfei. They had come together to practice cultivation. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that Yi Shang had provoked Lin Jingyi from Crepe Myrtle Peak. Just as the two were looking at each other, Lin Jingyi arrived at a platform not far from them. Senior Sister Lin, what's going on? Why are you so angry? Mo Chen greeted. Go back and ask your pervert junior brother what he did. Lin Jingyi said angrily. Chapter 197. If you have time, why don't you ask your precious junior brother what he did? Lin Jingyi yelled angrily. Mo Chen sighed. Senior Sister Lin, let's be frank. It was your idea to ask Night Sorrow to go to Crepe Myrtle. It was also your idea to ask him to have 10 wives. Night Sorrow didn't want to leave Taishian Peak because he looked down on you. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? In that case, don't you think that my master thinks highly of him by offering such a condition? Who else in the Medicine Valley is qualified to do so? He didn't appreciate it. If that's not looking down on him, then what is it? My master asked me to receive him, but how did he treat me? Lin Jingyi said angrily. From your point of view, he was wronged. But from my junior brother's point of view, he didn't do anything wrong. Isn't that right? Mo Chen was also a bit conflicted. It wasn't easy to reason this out. Women cared about face. Night Sorrow didn't want to go to Crepe Myrtle, which was a slap to Lin Jingyi's face. Lin Jingyi was known as the youngest and most outstanding second-generation disciple of Crepe Myrtle. Let's not talk about this. He was just being a hooligan. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. Anyway, this isn't over. Lin Jingyi continued to rush up, but she used her true qi to push Luo-kun up. What should we do? Mo Chen looked at Chu Lingfei. There might be something we don't know. Let's go and ask. Chu Lingfei didn't have any good ideas. She could only ask Night Sorrow. When the two arrived at the platform where Night Sorrow was, they directly asked. Night Sorrow didn't know how to answer. He could only lower his head and remain silent. 13, just say it. What's the matter? Senior brothers and senior sisters will make the decision for you. Seeing that Yi Shang wasn't speaking, Mo Chen was a bit anxious. She's right. I'm a hooligan. Night Sorrow said angrily. You're a hooligan. Crepe Myrtle Peak offered 10 wives and you rejected them all. Who would believe that you're a rogue? What's going on? Mo Chen asked with a frown. Senior apprentice Sister Lin was climbing up from here. I looked up and saw that she was wearing a skirt. Yi Shan hesitantly recounted what had just happened. Mo Chen didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. Finally, he looked at Chu Lingfei. Lingfei, let's continue to cultivate. And don't waste your merit points. 11th senior brother, didn't you say you'd help me? Seeing Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei fly up hand in hand, Yi Shan grew anxious. As for the others, it's useless even if you look for eldest senior brother. Mo Chen left Yi Shang with his back and a few words. When they returned to the original platform, Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei looked at each other and smiled. They knew that this wasn't a big deal. Lin Jingyi wouldn't make a big deal out of it. She was a person who cared a lot about her reputation. If she couldn't accept this, she would at most kick Night Sorrow a couple of times. If it's possible, let Master propose marriage for 13. Senior sister Lin is only a few years older than 13. In the world of cultivation, a few years is nothing. Both of them have high aptitudes. It won't be a problem for them to reach the 5th level in the future. In the hundreds of years of life, supporting each other is the most important thing. Chu Lingfei said. What Chu Lingfei said was the truth. Only ordinary people cared about age when they got married. Cultivators cared about how far they could go together. A void inquiry stage cultivator would certainly not marry a essence gathering realm cultivator. The difference in lifespan between the two was too big. That's impossible. Mo Chen shook his head. Why is it impossible? Chu Lingfei asked, puzzled. When she arrived at the Dragon Spring courtyard, Sikong Chuyu had already left. Therefore, she did not know who Sikong Chuyu was. Mo Chen told her about the relationship between Sikong Chuyu and Night Sorrow. You're saying that 13 like Sikong Chuyu? Chu Lingfei asked. Mo Chen shook his head. I don't know. 13 might not know either. But with Sikong Chuyu's existence, it's hard for him to accept other women. Chu Lingfei shook her head. She was also helpless. No one could help Night Sorrow with this matter. After cultivating for half a month at Pill Cauldron Cliff, Night Sorrow's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 8th level of Essence Gathering Realm. His myriad Tao scripture had also reached the peak of the 6th level of Muscle Strengthening Realm. Night Sorrow did not plan to stay at the 4,800-meter platform. He directly rushed to the 4,900-meter platform. Then, he recovered to his best state and charged towards the 5,000-meter platform. Last time, Night Sorrow originally could not reach the 5,000-meter platform. It was only because he was stimulated by Lin Tianjue that he managed to do so. This time, Night Sorrow's cultivation base and myriad Tao scripture had improved by quite a lot. After charging with all his strength, Night Sorrow rushed to the 5,000-meter platform. On the 5,000-meter platform, he cultivated until the sky turned dark. After glancing around and making sure that there was no one cultivating and that there was no one climbing below, Night Sorrow decided to enter seclusion to break through. Pill Cauldron Cliff was the best place to cultivate in the Medicine Valley. Although it was not helpful for advancing, it was indeed the best place to improve and stabilize one's cultivation base. This was also the reason why Night Sorrow wanted to break through here. After breaking through, it would be a good place to stabilize one's cultivation base. When Night Sorrow was breaking through, Mo Chen, Chu Lingfei, Gong Xian and the others were standing in front of the spirit gathering formation at Taixian Peak. The third-generation disciples had been in there for half a month. It was after they went in that Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei came to Pill Cauldron Cliff to cultivate for a few days. Since they had nothing to do, Mo Chen told them about Lin Jingyi's dissatisfaction with Night Sorrow and the reason why. What is this about? Aoi was a little helpless. Not to mention other things, Night Sorrow was indeed in the wrong for seeing something he should not have seen. No matter where he went, he could not explain it. Yang Lei snorted and said, "It's nothing. She can do whatever she wants. She was the one who didn't dress properly. Who can she blame? 13 didn't want to see it." "Ninth junior sister, you are being unreasonable," Huanan said with a smile. "Reasonable? How is this unreasonable?" "It was Crepe Myrtle who was unreasonable first, okay? If you don't join them, you are looking down on them. Then if they shout, all the disciples of the Medicine Valley will leave their original peaks and go to them. If you don't go, you are not giving them face. Does everyone have to go?" Yang Lei glanced at Huanan and said. "Ninth junior sister's words are not very pleasant to hear, but they are reasonable. Let's not interfere in this matter for now. Let them do what they want. It will be fine as long as we don't force 13 to do anything," Gong Xian said. "Eldest senior brother, we can't interfere now. Some gossipy disciples talk about this every day. I think Crepe Myrtle will not tolerate it. Even if they don't deal with 13 halfway, I think Master Yi and senior sister Tang Qianqian will have other tricks up their sleeves," Mo Chen said. Chapter 198. In the span of 2 nights, Night Sorrow raised his cultivation level to the 9th level of Element Gathering Tier and the 6th level of Muscle Strengthening Tier. At the same time, he also stabilized his cultivation level. After cultivating to this level, Night Sorrow did not intend to continue staying at Danding Cliff. Hua Yunpeng had reminded him that it wasn't appropriate for him to cultivate too quickly. With a wave of his arm, he summoned Tianyu. Night Sorrow's body flashed and landed on Tianyu's back. Then, he flew directly toward Taixian Peak. This made the disciples of the Medicine Valley at the foot of Danding Cliff very envious. Those who had flying beasts were so free and easy. They could come and go by flying. Other than that, the others couldn't fly as they pleased like Night Sorrow. When they came, they had to register their identity plates and merit points. The elders guarding Danding Cliff would remind them how much merit points they had and how long they could stay. If one dared to lie down on Danding Cliff without any merit points, the consequences would be severe. When they left, they would have to settle the score. There was no need for Night Sorrow. He did not need contribution points to cultivate at Danding Cliff, nor did he need to register or settle accounts. Looking at Night Sorrow riding Tianyu away, the disciples of the Medicine Valley were envious. However, there were also some who were angry. This was the disciple of Crepe Myrtle. Tang Qianqian, Lin Jingyi, and Lan Yu were at the bottom of Danding Cliff. Tang Qianqian and Lin Jingyi had come to settle the score with Night Sorrow, while Lan Yu had come to watch the show. However, Night Sorrow had ridden Tianyu to escape, not giving them a chance. Chase him. Lan Yu was not afraid of the chaos, so she immediately urged her master and martial uncle. XV$A is the only 0Q1B original 7 version carrot, and the others are all pirated carrot. His demonic beast is fast. Your master and your martial uncle's mounts are as fast as it. How can we catch up to Taishan Peak? Tang Qianqian looked at Lan Yu angrily. Are we just going to let him run away? Lan Yu asked. Junior sister, what do you think? This matter is actually a matter of wrangling. No one can say who is right or wrong. Even if we stop him, there is no good way to solve it. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, then let Master go to the Valley Master and ask him to come to Crepe Myrtle to propose marriage. Tang Qianqian said with a smile. No, I want to take care of her. Hearing Tang Qianqian's words, Lin Jingyi blushed and hurriedly objected. That's true. You don't even like a little brat. Then I'll go back first. But Jingyi, let me remind you. Even if you catch him, you can't go too far. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. If you really make Taishan Peak angry and have a conflict with Crepe Myrtle, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility. Tang Qianqian reminded Lin Jingyi before she left. To be able to manage Crepe Myrtle, Tang Qianqian wasn't a brainless person. She could deal with Night Sorrow by doing something harmless. But if she went too far, then it would be a big problem. How could she expect Taishan Peak to tolerate it? Gong Xian, Yang Lei, and Hua Nan were all bad-tempered. If she went too far, Taishan Peak would definitely retaliate. Martial uncle, what do you think we should do? If we continue to cause trouble, it will become a big problem. Lan Yu said with a smile. Are you gloating? Lin Jingyi turned around and glared at Lan Yu. After returning to Taishan Peak's bamboo grove, they didn't see anyone. After asking around, Night Sorrow also went to the place where the Spirit Gathering Formation was located. 13 is here. 9th level of Element Gathering Formation. Very good. Yang Lei went to Night Sorrow's side and patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. She put her arm around Night Sorrow's shoulder to make herself more comfortable. There's nothing to say about this speed. There's no precedent like this in the Medicine Valley. However, 13, your 9th senior sister is so close to you. If your 9th senior sister's husband finds out in the future, it'll be easy for him to destroy you, Shi Tianlin said with a smile. Now, half of Yang Lei's body was supporting Night Sorrow's shoulder. Dare? If anyone dares to bully 13, I will not let them go. 8th senior brother, you are picking a fight. Yang Lei glared at Shi Tianlin with her beautiful eyes. 13, the last level of every level is a crucial stage, especially from element gathering formation to core formation. You have to go through it steadily. Gong Xian reminded Night Sorrow. He was the eldest senior brother and had the responsibility to teach Night Sorrow. Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. I will pay attention. When I reach the peak of 9th level of element gathering formation, I will go to Danding Cliff to consolidate my cultivation. I will not easily touch the core formation stage. Night Sorrow nodded. Also, when this batch of disciples comes out, we will arrange for them to return home. You should also go back to your hometown. After all, you have been out for more than a year, Gong Xian said. Will 6th senior sister and 9th senior sister still come with me? Night Sorrow asked. Okay, but we have to arrange for the disciples first. It will be better to give some to the other senior brothers and junior brothers. It will be easier for us, Aoi said after thinking for a while. During the disciple recruitment ceremony a few days ago, Taishian Peak accepted a few hundred people. Originally, it was divided among Wu Qi, Nan Nan, and the others. However, Gong Xian asked for half of it back and gave it to the other second-generation disciples of Taishian Peak. However, it was inappropriate for Yang Yu's disciple not to give it to the other second-generation disciples. Yang Lei's disciples were also taken away when they returned to Taishian Peak. Before the apprenticeship ceremony, it was normal for disciples to be swapped. How about this, senior brothers and junior brothers, you guys take care of the other directions. Ninth junior sister and I will take the route between Red Flame City and South Sky City, Aoi said. That's fine. We have few inner disciples here. Let Su Zhonglin help arrange more. Gong Xian nodded. It was easier for the newcomers of other peaks to return home. There were many outer disciples, and outer disciples and law enforcement disciples were enough to accompany them. However, Taishian Peak was different. There were no outer disciples other than the second-generation disciples. Knight Sorrow did not continue to stay there. He planned to leave since the spirit gathering formation would not be completed for half a month. 13. It's troublesome for you to feed Tianyu every day. Senior sister has refined a beast pill. You can feed Tianyu with it. Aoi took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow nodded and took it. He knew about the beast pill. It was a level 3 pill for tamed beasts. It could provide the tamed beasts with energy to survive and grow. Knight Sorrow also wanted to refine it, but he did not have the ability to do so at the moment. Go back to the Longquan courtyard. Don't run around. Sometimes, you are not the one looking for trouble, but the one looking for trouble. Besides, I heard that the Qing Shui sect has learned that you cut off one of their young master's arms. They came to the sect to ask for him some time ago, Gong Xian said. They wanted to rob 13. How dare they come to us after suffering a loss? Yang Lei was a little angry. The Qing Shui sect did not think so much. They may think that 13 is just an ordinary disciple. They are feeling superior now because the Golden Flame sect has been trying to win them over. They think they are qualified to challenge our Medicine Valley. Gong Xian said with light flashing in his eyes. The Qing Shui sect did not understand the situation and jumped around randomly, which had aroused Gong Xian's anger. What did Master say? Huanan asked. Chapter 199. The Qing Shui sect is getting out of hand. We should take some time to deal with them, said Huanan. It's my fault again. Knight Sorrow was a little depressed. The Golden Flame sect declared war on the Medicine Valley when he cut off one of Zhampeng's arms. Now that he cut off one of Miao Shaojuan's arms, they also came to him. It's not your fault. If someone bullies you, you should fight back, said Wu Qi while looking at Knight Sorrow. Don't cut off the arms next time. Just cut off the heads. They are all bastards. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will forget their names, said Aoi. But it's all my fault, said Knight Sorrow guiltily. Gong Xian then explained to Knight Sorrow that the Medicine Valley would take action against the Qing Shui sect no matter what happened. The Qing Shui sect and the Golden Flame sect had bad intentions. The Medicine Valley would not allow the Qing Shui sect to join forces with the Golden Flame sect to overthrow the Medicine Valley's ruling position in this area. After chatting for a while, Knight Sorrow left the Taishian Peak with Tianyu and headed for the Longquan Villa. It was dark when he returned to the Longquan Villa. Knight Sorrow was surprised when he did not see Hua Yunpeng when he went to the dining room for dinner. He remembered that Hua Yunpeng used to come to the dining room for dinner on time. Hi Luo, didn't you see the Grand Elder? Knight Sorrow asked while eating. I haven't seen him for 2 days. But when I went to clean the room, I found his robe was still there. He shouldn't have left, said Hai Luo. Okay. Knight Sorrow nodded and continued eating. Young master, Your robe is really beautiful, said Hai Luo while looking at Night Sorrow. Really? I think it's very comfortable. Night Sorrow smiled and released the silver fox cub at the same time. Night Sorrow could not release it when they were outside, but he could do it when they were back in the Longquan villa. Silver Fox, who was released, jumped excitedly onto Night Sorrow's shoulder. It wasn't small anymore. It was more than 3 feet long, but its weight was nothing. Night Sorrow let it continue to lie on his shoulder. It didn't affect his eating. At night, he cultivated his genuine qi and the myriad Tao Tome. During the day, he cultivated his spear art and fist art. During the Night Sorrow, he played with Tianyu and Silver Fox. His days were rather leisurely. On this day, Night Sorrow was cultivating the Annihilation Fist art when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He noticed that the energy in and around the monastery had become berserk. Even the sky was churning with energy that was rushing towards the celestial lake. This situation made Night Sorrow extremely shocked. He immediately dashed towards the celestial lake. Night Sorrow didn't know what was going on when he arrived near Skywater Lake. He could only feel the energy gathering towards a certain area of Skywater Lake. Just as Night Sorrow was about to continue searching for the source of the energy stabilized. The celestial lake returned to its calm state, and the surroundings of the Longquan villa were once again sunny. This made Night Sorrow very puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it and returned to the martial arts field to continue cultivating. When it was time for dinner, Hua Yunpeng appeared. Seeing that Hua Yunpeng had returned, Night Sorrow stood up and greeted him. Yanggi Jiu Free P***, look at little $Z says not bad, you're at the peak of the elemental gathering realm. You can cultivate while slowly stabilizing your cultivation, Hua Yunpeng said as he sat opposite Night Sorrow. Grand Elder Hua, you seem to have changed, Night Sorrow looked at Hua Yunpeng and said. Your senses are very accurate. I felt something from your body, so I completed a breakthrough, Hua Yunpeng said with a smile. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Night Sorrow stood up and bowed to Hua Yunpeng. Night Sorrow was extremely shocked. He knew that Hua Yunpeng had reached the peak of the 5th rank long ago. If Hua Yunpeng said that he had broken through, then he must have entered the 6th rank of Venerable Realm. Actually, I should thank you. First of all, you found the Holy Cauldron scripture. Secondly, I also felt something from you, so I naturally crossed the bottleneck, Hua Yunpeng helped Night Sorrow up and said. Congratulations, Grand Elder, Aoi and Yang Lei also came at this time. They were very happy to hear Hua Yunpeng's words. You're here. Sit down and have a few drinks with me, Hua Yunpeng said. He was very happy that he had crossed the bottleneck for many years. 6th Senior Sister, we don't have to worry about the Golden Flame sect making trouble now that we're at war with the Green Water sect, Yang Lei said. What's going on? Hua Yunpeng asked with a frown. Then Yang Lei told him about the recent movements of the Medicine Valley and the Golden Flame sect. There's no need to start a war. It's a big deal that the Grand Elder has succeeded in his breakthrough. As long as we announce it and hold a celebration in the Medicine Valley, the Green Water sect will naturally behave, Aoi said. 6th Senior Sister, the Grand Elder has just advanced. If we announce it, won't it be troublesome if the veteran Venerable Realm of the Golden Flame sect comes to fight? They're good at eliminating hidden dangers in advance. Yang Lei was a little worried that the Golden Flame sect would attack Hua Yunpeng who had just advanced. Don't be afraid. Although I've just advanced, they can't kill me easily. After entering the Venerable Realm, even if the 8-Dragon Cauldron doesn't approve of me, I can still activate part of its power. If the Golden Flame sect wants to fight, let them come, Hua Yunpeng said with confidence in his eyes. That's great. Our Medicine Valley finally has the ability to intimidate others. In the future, 13, you don't have to be restrained anymore. If anyone dares to provoke you, just kill them, Yang Lei said happily. Needless to say, this conflict has something to do with you, right? Hua Yunpeng looked at Night Sorrow with a smile and asked. Night Sorrow was a little helpless. He could only say that he had chopped off Miao Shaojuan's arm. It's fine. If you have anything to do in the future, just do it. I'll make the decision for you, Hua Yunpeng said to Night Sorrow. After drinking some wine, Hua Yunpeng left. His advancement was not only his own business, but also a big deal for the Medicine Valley. Announcing it to the world might bring him death, but he wasn't afraid. The Medicine Valley needed him to stand up for it. That's great. The Medicine Valley finally doesn't have to suffer anymore, Yang Lei said excitedly. Then Yang Lei and Aoi said that they were here to bring their disciples back home. However, this time, they didn't do it themselves. They directly asked the Taishian Peak's outer court manager to handle it. In addition, they also asked the Yunhai Peak's forces in the secular world to escort them. This time, not many disciples of the Yunhai Peak returned home, so the outer court disciples of the Yunhai Peak in Danding City had nothing to do. The next day, when Night Sorrow, Aoi, and Yang Lei arrived in Danding City, they received the news from the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley's great elder had entered the Venerable Realm, and the celebration would be held in a month. The news spread in all directions. Everyone knew that this was the Medicine Valley's way of showing off their strength. This was the Venerable Realm's deterrence. They also knew that this was a storm. Chapter 200. 6th Senior Sister, 9th Senior Sister, will the Golden Flame sect go to extremes and fight Grand Elder Hua to the death? Night Sorrow asked worriedly. That shouldn't be the case. Such an outcome wouldn't benefit anyone. First of all, Grand Elder Hua can activate the 8-Dragon Cauldron in the Medicine Valley. Even a mid-6th Order Venerable might not be able to defeat him. If the Venerable of the Golden Flame sect dies, or even if he doesn't die, he will be injured. The Southern Dipper sect and Free and Unfettered sect will take the opportunity to destroy him and raze the Golden Flame sect to the ground. You said you're the leader of the Golden Flame sect. Will you take such a risk? Aoi said with a smile. Then I'm relieved. Night Sorrow's heart felt a little more at ease. The most likely option is to negotiate. As for the specifics, that will depend on Master and Grand Elder. Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. I understand. We value the foundation of the Medicine Valley. Similarly, the Golden Flame sect values their foundation. A fight to the death will not benefit anyone. Night Sorrow understood the key point. The three of them sat on the flying beast and flew towards Southern Sky City. The three of them were not in a hurry. They rested at night and flew during the day. After arriving at Southern Sky City, Night Sorrow's group first went to visit Guan Ye's family before arriving at Bamboo Garden Village, or rather, Bamboo Garden Town. After arriving at Bamboo Garden Town, Yishang was stunned. The changes in just 1 year had turned this place upside down. Bamboo Garden Town had expanded dozens of times. It was not the size they had originally planned. In the center of the town were buildings with green bricks and red tiles. The roads were paved with green stones. There were chambers of commerce, medicine shops, taverns, and inns. Riding on the flying beast, Night Sorrow landed in the center of the town. He didn't know how to get home. Brother Night Sorrow. Big brother Yishang is back. When he saw Yishang and the others arrive, a child stepped forward and glanced at Yishang before shouting loudly. Following the child's shout, people came out from the taverns, medicine shops, and clothing shops. Night Sorrow, it's really you. A man wearing an embroidered robe came out of the tavern and gave Night Sorrow a bear hug. This was none other than Uncle Nyo. Uncle, what are you doing? Looking at Uncle Nyo who was wearing a silk robe, Night Sorrow couldn't accept it. Look at the 2V version of the chapter O. For T, I'm the boss of this pub. People say that a boss should look like a boss. Your aunt asked Aunt Lin to make me a robe like this, Uncle Nyo said embarrassedly as he tidied up his robe. After that, many people came over. They were all the original villagers of Bamboo Garden Village. They all had their own ways of making a living. For example, Auntie Lin opened a clothing store. Young master. The girls bowed to Night Sorrow. Are you all okay? Night Sorrow recognized them. They were the women he had rescued. Night Sorrow didn't know their names. We're fine. We opened this medicine shop together. The business is pretty good, one of the girls said. Uncle Nyo, I'm going home. Based on his memory, he determined the location of Father Gu's house. Okay. We'll look for you at Father Gu's house later, Uncle Nyo said to Night Sorrow. Just as Yi Shang was about to leave, he stopped and turned his head to look at an inn. A woman wearing a bamboo hat was standing at the entrance of the inn. Looking at the girl, Night Sorrow took a step forward and stopped. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before turning to leave. Seeing Night Sorrow turn around, the girl returned to the inn. At the window seat on the second floor of the inn, the girl took off her bamboo hat and watched Night Sorrow leave. This was none other than Sikong Chuyu, whom Night Sorrow hadn't seen for a few months. Seeing Night Sorrow's figure, Sikong Chuyu smiled. She knew that Night Sorrow recognized her. At the same time, she also understood why Night Sorrow didn't come. He didn't want others to know. 13. You found something, right? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I'll tell you later, senior sister, Night Sorrow said as he looked at the passers-by on the street. Bamboo Garden Village had changed a lot. It could be said that it was completely different from before. The only place that hadn't changed was the mayor's house. It was still the same 3 shabby bamboo houses. The land behind the bamboo houses wasn't occupied either. The 2 tombs were still there. There were no weeds on them. It was clear that someone often took care of them. Dad. When Night Sorrow arrived at the bamboo house, he saw Father Gu smoking in the courtyard. Night Sorrow, you're back. Old Man Gu's dim eyes lit up when he saw Yi Shang. Then, he stood up and his body trembled slightly. I'm back. Dad, how have you been this year? Night Sorrow asked. Good. Very good. You've become much stronger. It was right to let you go out. Everyone, take a seat, Father Gu said to Aoi and Yang Lei. Dad, why didn't you repair this house? Didn't I ask them to bring you gold notes? Didn't they bring you gold notes? Night Sorrow's eyes emitted a cold light. Back then, when the women he had rescued wanted to come to Bamboo Garden Town, Yi Shang had given them gold notes. Some were for them to start a new life, but some were for Father Gu. Now that Father Gu was still living in this shabby bamboo house, he was somewhat angry. Child, what nonsense are you thinking about? They gave me the gold notes. I had no use for them, so I partnered with them to open a medicine shop. I don't want to repair this house. I'm worried that you won't be able to find your way home, Father Gu said softly. After hearing this, Yi Shang turned his head away and wiped the corner of his eyes. He had never thought that this would be the reason. He had never thought that this would be the reason. Ever since Night Sorrow was sensible, he had lived with Father Gu. Therefore, Father Gu was his family. When he left Bamboo Garden Village, he wanted the villagers and Father Gu to live a life without fear. He hoped that Bamboo Garden Village could receive the protection of Medicine Valley. Now that he had achieved his goal, Father Gu was still living here because of him. He felt very bitter. Dad, you're back. I'm very happy that you're back. Come, here's the wine that Uncle Nyo sent over a few days ago. In the morning, a girl I don't know brought me some cooked food. Let's drink some. The 2 of you come over too. You're Night Sorrow's senior sisters. We're all family. Father Gu returned to his room and took out a wine jar. He took out a few packets of roasted chicken and cooked food wrapped in oil paper. Dad, I've grown up and embarked on the path of cultivation. Now, you need to take care of yourself, Night Sorrow said after opening the wine jar. Okay, don't worry. Father Gu said with a smile. While Night Sorrow was drinking, the original villagers of Bamboo Garden Village came. Night Sorrow kept adding chairs and stools. Uncle Nyo, I might not be able to stay for a few days. This place needs to be renovated, Night Sorrow said to Uncle Nyo. No, this place can't be demolished. Father Gu rejected directly. He had no intention of negotiating. Dad, the entire Bamboo Garden Village has been changed. This is the only place left, Uncle Nyo said with a smile. Chapter 201. Then let's repair it the way it was before. Uncle Nyo was also helpless. It was very difficult to change old Gu's mind. After eating some food, Night Sorrow left the bamboo house and walked towards the town. When he reached the inn, Night Sorrow took a deep breath and walked in. This was an inn run by a foreigner. Boss, I'm here to look for someone, Night Sorrow said to the boss. What's her name? The boss looked at Night Sorrow and asked. A single woman. Night Sorrow didn't say Sikong Chuyu's name because he didn't want Sikong Chuyu's identity to be exposed. I'm sorry. Although we are an inn in a small town, we have rules. If you can't say your name, please don't disturb our guests, the boss said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow rubbed his face and didn't know what to say. This boss was really principled. She's my friend. Just as Night Sorrow was in a dilemma, Sikong Chuyu, who was wearing a bamboo hat, appeared and shouted at the boss. Then, Sikong Chuyu waved at Night Sorrow and led Night Sorrow to her room on the second floor. She was staying in the best room in the inn. It had a bedroom and a living room. Sikong, why are you still in the Medicine Valley? Night Sorrow asked anxiously after entering the room. I walked aimlessly and came here. I didn't go to Danding City and came here directly. No one will notice, Sikong Chuyu said. Safety is the most important thing. How have you been? Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu and asked. This time, we didn't use Tianji Tower's channel to come to the eastern Xian region. Our safety isn't a problem, and we can travel around freely. Sikong Chuyu poured a cup of tea for Night Sorrow and said. Follow me to the Medicine Valley and stay at Taishian Peak. Our Medicine Valley also has a sixth order venerable. Your family and Tianji Tower shouldn't be able to reach into the Medicine Valley, Night Sorrow said. I don't know why I'm here again. How have you been? Sikong Chuyu sighed and asked Night Sorrow. I'm fine. I'm just worried about you, Night Sorrow said in a low voice. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Sikong Chuyu's face turned red. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. My cultivation is too low to help you solve the problem, but I'll try my best. After Night Sorrow finished speaking, his mood was completely different from before. He was full of fighting spirit. Well, don't pressure yourself too much. You've already worked very hard. Sikong Chuyu said to Night Sorrow. How long do you plan to stay in Juyuan village? Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow and asked. What about you? Night Sorrow asked. I came here because I knew you would come. So when you leave, I'll leave too. Sikong Chuyu said. You came here to wait for me? Night Sorrow's heart trembled. Why are you asking so many questions? Sikong Chuyu glared at Night Sorrow and didn't answer Night Sorrow's question. I won't ask, I won't ask. How about this? When we go back, I'll take you to the bamboo forest mountain where I used to cultivate. Although the conditions there aren't as good, it's quiet. Night Sorrow had a plan. What are you doing? Are you planning to hide me? Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Yes, I'm planning to hide you. Night Sorrow nodded seriously. And then? Sikong Chuyu asked with a smile. Then, I'll work hard to cultivate. When I'm strong enough, I'll go to the Qingtian domain and find those people who bullied you. What's that guy's name again? Ji Yuhao, I still remember. Yi Shang didn't even think before he spoke his mind. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow and asked, and then? And then? Night Sorrow repeated Sikong Chuyu's words. He didn't know what to say. He didn't think too much. He just didn't want Sikong Chuyu to be wronged. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. You should go first and wait for me somewhere. I'll go find you later. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. She could actually understand Night Sorrow's mentality. Night Sorrow's thoughts were very simple. He was thinking for her. Seeing that Sikong Chuyu agreed to his arrangement, Night Sorrow was happy and expressed it directly. I'm very happy to see you. Sikong Chuyu smiled but didn't say anything. She didn't need to express anything. It was enough that she could come here. After drinking tea for a while, Night Sorrow left. Before he left, he gave Sikong Chuyu the roll of top-grade silk that he had left behind. Sikong Chuyu liked the silk that felt good to the touch. After leaving the inn, Night Sorrow felt very happy. Sikong Chuyu was the thing he worried about the most. For Sikong Chuyu's safety, what he needed to do was to work hard and cultivate even harder. When they returned to Father Gu's place, the villagers had all left. Father Gu had also gone to rest. Aoi and Yang Lei were drinking tea in the yard. You saw her? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Senior sister, you know. Night Sorrow looked at Yang Lei and asked. Of course, I'm familiar with her aura. Yang Lei smiled and said. 13, you have a successful tryst with your lover. Aoi also looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. Night Sorrow blushed and didn't know what to say. After that, Aoi and Yang Lei kept digging. Night Sorrow said something when he saw Sikong Chuyu. Night Sorrow didn't want to say anything, but Aoi and Yang Lei wouldn't let him go. He had no choice but to confess. You idiot. Then? Why did she come all the way to your hometown? Yang Lei slapped the back of Night Sorrow's head. Ninth senior sister, why are you so angry? Night Sorrow rubbed his head and said. You can't blame your ninth senior sister for being angry. Sikong has many places to choose from, but she came here. You should treat her better. At least promise her something, Aoi said. Night Sorrow understood what Aoi meant, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that Sikong Chuyu would be angry if he was rude. The next day, Uncle Nyo brought people to repair the bamboo house. Papa Gu looked at them and didn't allow them to touch this and that. Night Sorrow's father didn't allow them to touch any of his toys and wooden horses when he was young. Original Q/chapter #I Uncle Nyo and the craftsman could only adapt to the original decorations in the courtyard and repair the house. Night Sorrow brought wine and food to burn incense for the two Yi family members whose names he didn't know. In the afternoon, Yi Shang once again went to the inn where Sikong Chuyu was staying. When he came, he also bought some food. In the inn's room, Night Sorrow saw Sikong Chuyu, who had just taken a shower. Why are you here again instead of spending more time with Papa Gu? Sikong Chuyu was delighted when he saw Night Sorrow. However, he still reprimanded Night Sorrow. Papa Gu drank some wine during lunch and then went to rest. He can't hold his liquor well, so he basically goes to sleep after drinking, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow, I've thought about something. Won't the seniors in your sect object if I go to the Medicine Valley? I won't go and cause trouble for you, Sikong Chuyu said. Chapter 202. That's not appropriate. I can't implicate you, Sikong Chuyu said, shaking her head. Anyway, I won't let you run around alone anymore. Ji family forced you to do this. I'll remember this. Night Sorrow was a little annoyed. Sikong Chuyu sat down beside Night Sorrow and consoled Night Sorrow. Don't be angry. That's how the world works. Ji family is the #1 family in the Qingtian region. They have the strength to be so domineering mainly because the Sikong family is disappointing and willing to hug their thighs. However, whoever wants to hug them can do it. I won't. Night Sorrow nodded. Actually, I should thank them. If they didn't force me, I don't know when I would be able to see you again. Night Sorrow said. Sikong Chuyu smiled. He understood Night Sorrow's state of mind. After a sleepless night, Sikong Chuyu sorted out her emotions. She finally understood the problem that she hadn't thought about carefully. For example, she had wandered aimlessly this time and came to the eastern Xian region. It was because she felt that Night Sorrow was trustworthy and dependable. Although Night Sorrow was young, she was responsible. She felt at ease when she was by Night Sorrow's side. When there was a problem, Night Sorrow would definitely stay behind to block the front. His back wasn't tall, but it was definitely sturdy. Sikong also understood a little about Yi Shang's heart. Yi Shang cared about her. He truly cared and worried about her. He was different from the people she knew in the past. There were no other factors. He was straightforward and simple. She also knew that Night Sorrow wasn't good at expressing himself. He always used actions to express himself, just like when he faced the purple gold beast king. Compared to Night Sorrow's actions, the words of those who had followed her in the past, including her family, were so pale and powerless. Sikong, you look good when you smile. You should smile more in the future, Night Sorrow said as he looked at Sikong Chuyu, who was smiling and thinking. Sikong Chuyu complained to Night Sorrow and said, since when did you become a hooligan? Call me Chuyu from now on. There are too many people in my family who call me Sikong. Then I'll call you Chuyu from now on. Night Sorrow nodded seriously. At the same time, he took out the jade pendant and looked at it seriously. Do you have it with you? A blush appeared on Sikong Chuyu's face. That was the jade pendant that had never left her side since she was a child. Now that it had appeared in Night Sorrow's arms, she felt a little embarrassed. Yes, I've always had it with me. Since you're here, I'll return it to you. Night Sorrow said. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Sikong Chuyu had the urge to strangle Night Sorrow's neck. This person was too silly. You idiot. How can you take back something that you've already given away? After thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow took off the jade pendant that she had always worn around her neck and stuffed it into Sikong Chuyu's hands. This is the most important thing I have. I'm giving it to you. After Sikong Chuyu took it in her hands, she said, this jade pendant obviously belongs to a man. It's not suitable for me to wear. Just treat it as a costume, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Sikong Chuyu nodded and hung Night Sorrow's jade pendant on her waist. Then, he helped Night Sorrow hang the hollow jade pendant. By the way, the last time I returned to the Qingtian region, I checked many ancient and existing books. Among the 9 regions and 18 prefectures, there are quite a few Yi clans. The most famous one is the Night Moon dynasty of the Taiqing region, Sikong Chuyu said. Sounds very domineering. Night Sorrow said with a smile. It's not just the name. 100 years ago, the Night Moon dynasty was the head of the 3 great dynasties of the Taiqing region. The Moon Emperor Yi Tian was one of the top experts of the Taiqing region, suppressing the other dynasties and forces. However, an unforeseen event happened 130 years ago, Sikong Chuyu said. Then, Sikong Chuyu told Night Sorrow about the Night Moon dynasty. Plus Night Sorrow listened to it like a story. The Taiqing region was too far away from the eastern Xian region. It had almost nothing to do with him. Although the Night Moon dynasty hadn't reached the level of ruling the Taiqing region, it had always been the strongest force in the Taiqing region. All the other forces had to look up to it. The unforeseen event happened 100 years ago. The Night Moon dynasty's Moon Emperor Yi Tian disappeared. At first, the other forces didn't dare to act rashly. However, after not seeing Yi Tian appear for several decades, they all started to act. Their actions grew bigger and bigger until they entered a period of chaos. The other two dynasties joined forces with the other forces to encircle and annihilate the Night Moon dynasty. The Night Moon dynasty had 1,000 years of inheritance and was incomparably strong. After the other party made a move, they began to counterattack. Facing the encirclement and annihilation of the other forces, the Night Moon dynasty didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. The battle went on for several decades and both sides were in a deadlock. The deadlock was broken about 20 years ago. The other two dynasties successfully bribed an elder of the Night Moon dynasty who didn't share the same surname. This elder secretly brought the experts of the opposing forces into the Night Moon sky, which was the core of the Night Moon dynasty. Then, the elder ambushed the strongest person in the Night Moon dynasty at that time, the third Prince Yilinghuan, who was known as the undefeatable king. At the same time, the experts of the opposing forces also ambushed the other experts of the Night Moon dynasty. In the end, several extremely powerful emperors of the Night Moon dynasty died in battle. The third Prince Yilinghuan was heavily injured, but he still killed all the invaders. Then, he led the remaining forces into the Night Moon Sea. This battle was very tragic. More than 10 venerables were killed or injured. The Night Moon dynasty suffered heavy losses and withdrew from the power struggle of the Taiqing region. Too sinister. If we want to fight, we have to fight with courage. Ambushing and besieging is too despicable, Night Sorrow said hatefully. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the rule of survival. They can't afford to drag this out. The second generation of the Night Moon dynasty's direct descendants reached the 6th level and were titled emperors. At that time, the Night Moon dynasty had 3 extremely powerful emperors. The third generation of the Night Moon dynasty's titled prince, the third Prince Yilinghuan, had unparalleled combat strength. If they didn't stop him, they were worried that Yilinghuan, with his huge potential, would become another Night Moon emperor in the future, Sikong Chuyu said. I don't know why, but I feel uncomfortable. It's as if I feel the same way. Night Sorrow sighed and said. It's really tragic. If Yilinghuan was given time, no one in the Taiqing region would be able to suppress him. He's the youngest venerable in the Taiqing region and the only one who became a venerable under 100 years old. How would the major forces of the Taiqing region dare to let him grow? Sikong Chuyu said with a bitter smile. When she was reading the ancient books, she also felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. So now, the Night Moon dynasty has been destroyed? Night Sorrow asked. He really didn't want the Night Moon dynasty to be destroyed by the long river of history. Chapter 203. Night Sorrow didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't express the feeling in his heart. Is this the end of the road for a hero? Night Sorrow's blood suddenly accelerated. He couldn't even suppress it. His Zhenqi and the energy in his body began to riot. This made Night Sorrow unable to sit still. He stood up and tried to control it. Looking at Night Sorrow's hair flying and almost standing up, Sikong Chuyu was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. However, seeing that Night Sorrow's energy was out of control, Sikong Chuyu made a move. He reached out and touched Night Sorrow's chest, trying to help Night Sorrow calm his Zhenqi. But as soon as his finger fell on Night Sorrow's chest, it was bounced away. Calm down, Night Sorrow, calm down. Sikong Chuyu said anxiously. Night Sorrow circulated his Zhenqi and the energy of the myriad Dao Tome, slowly stabilizing his boiling blood. After taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Night Sorrow sat down. What happened to you just now? Sikong Chuyu took out his handkerchief and handed it to Night Sorrow, and asked nervously. I don't know. I just felt a little depressed and angry. Then my Zhenqi and blood went out of control. The speed of circulation was several times faster than usual. If I was in a fight just now, my combat power would have increased a lot. Night Sorrow wiped his sweat with the handkerchief. He held it in his hand and didn't know whether to return it or not. If he returned it, it would be a little dirty. If he didn't return it, it would be inappropriate to keep a woman's handkerchief in his hand. Do you have a potential bloodline talent? Seeing that Night Sorrow was fine, Sikong Chuyu asked. I don't have any bloodline talent. Night Sorrow said with a smile. It's hard to say. In your situation just now, the intensity and speed of your Zhenqi were no lower than the core condensation stage. If there are no drawbacks, this is the manifestation of your bloodline talent. Sikong Chuyu said very seriously. Can you give me this handkerchief? Night Sorrow looked at the sweat-stained handkerchief and said. Sikong Chuyu glared at Night Sorrow but did not say anything. How could he ask such a question? As long as there was something to it, he could just put it away. Seeing that Sikong Chuyu didn't say anything, Night Sorrow put it away. After chatting with Sikong Chuyu for a while, Night Sorrow left. After returning to Dad Gu's residence, Night Sorrow saw that the front and back of the bamboo house had changed. The layout of the bamboo house hadn't changed, but the bamboo had been replaced with new ones. The yard had also been paved with green bricks, but the toy wooden horses were still in their original positions. There were also red walls around the yard. The repair speed was fast, mainly because many people came. In addition to the craftsmen, there were also many people who helped. Not only the old villagers of Zhuyuan village, but some of the town's businessmen also came to help. It was finished in one afternoon. You went to have fun. Sixth senior sister and I served tea and water here. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow with dissatisfaction. Hee hee. Night Sorrow smiled awkwardly. Are you going to ignore me and sixth senior sister now that you have a new woman? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. No, absolutely not. As long as sixth senior sister and ninth senior sister need it, I will do anything. Night Sorrow quickly said. That's a good boy. If you cast me and sixth senior sister aside just because you have a woman, then you better be careful, humph. Yang Lei reached out and patted Yi Shang's shoulder as she snorted. 13. It's not suitable for us to see her. Let's talk about it when we go back. Aoi said. Sixth senior sister, ninth senior sister, I plan to bring Sikong to Bamboo Forest Peak, the place where I used to cultivate. Is that okay? Night Sorrow asked. That shouldn't be a problem, but you still have to say hello to master and eldest senior brother. Aoi said. Night Sorrow nodded. At the same time, he also decided to leave tomorrow. The Medicine Valley was in troubled times, and it wasn't suitable for them to stay here for long. That night, Night Sorrow and Papa Gu talked a lot and only went to bed in the second half of the night. Night Sorrow originally wanted to help Papa Gu and wanted to ask Aoi to get some low-level elixirs. However, Aoi said that Papa Gu's dantian was shattered and he couldn't cultivate true qi anymore. His body was also aging and he couldn't absorb the energy of the blood essence elixir. This made Night Sorrow give up helplessly. In fact, Papa Gu could only live the life of an ordinary person. At dawn, Night Sorrow arrived at the inn and informed Sikong Chuyu that he was leaving. He also told Sikong Chuyu to wait for him at Grass Valley Town near the entrance of the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow didn't dare to let Sikong Chuyu go to Danding City or Longquan Courtyard mainly because he was afraid that they would be discovered. That would be troublesome to deal with. After bidding farewell to Sikong Chuyu, Night Sorrow planned to leave with Aoi and Yang Lei, who were on the street. At that moment, Uncle Nyo pulled Night Sorrow into the backyard of his inn. Come, Uncle doesn't have anything to give you. Take this wine with you. Uncle, how can I let you spend so much money? Night Sorrow said embarrassedly. What's wrong with you, kid? You've been away for 1 or 2 years and you've become so shy. Just take it when I tell you to. It doesn't cost much. Uncle Nyo glared at Night Sorrow and yelled at him. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that if he didn't take it, Uncle Nyo would get angry. Then, he took a few jars. Night Sorrow, we watched you grow up. You're no different from our own child. Everyone in the village is grateful to you for being able to live such a good life. So, you don't have to stand on ceremony with your uncles and aunties. Aunt Lin came with a few robes in her hands. What else could Knight Sorrow say? He could only bow and accept the robes. If you're tired outside, come back. Get a wife and live a stable life. If you have children, Aunt Lin will help you take care of them. Aunt Lin glanced at Aoi and Yang Lei and said. Aunt Lin's glance made Aoi and Yang Lei blush. People in the mountains were honest, but her words and gaze were too direct. Knight Sorrow smiled and didn't answer. Then, he bade farewell to everyone. When he reached the street, he turned around and glanced at Father Gu, who was standing at the entrance of the alley. Knight Sorrow bowed deeply, then released Tianyu and jumped onto Tianyu's back. Aoi and Yang Lei also released the green condor and left with Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow can enter the Medicine Valley. He will become a big shot in the future, Aunt Lin said with emotion. This lord is not an ordinary disciple in the Medicine Valley. He is at least an elite disciple, a steward of the Chamber of Commerce said. Steward Zhou, tell us, what is an elite disciple? Uncle Nyo was interested. Just now, when that lord bent down to take the wine, his tight-fitting sleeves were exposed from under his robes. There was a silver medicine cauldron symbol on it. Ordinary disciples of the Medicine Valley are not qualified to wear such robes, said Steward Zhou of the Chamber of Commerce. Yi Shang will have a bright future, Auntie Lin said firmly. You latest be chapter previous plus, the higher this lord's status in the Medicine Valley, the smoother Bamboo Garden Town's future development will be. Don't sell the shops and land in your hands. If you want to sell them, you have to come to me first, Steward Zhou said with a smile. Get lost, you Zhou Bapi. How dare you cheat people? I'm not done with you, Father Gu shouted from not far away. Father Gu, I'm not an unscrupulous merchant. Otherwise, I wouldn't say this, right? Steward Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 204. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. We will provide you with interesting novels to read. Yes, we've arranged to meet at the inn in Grass Valley. Knight Sorrow nodded. Then clean up Caogu Town when we get back. The grand ceremony to celebrate the Supreme Elder's breakthrough to the exalted stage is coming soon. Caogu Town will become lively and there will be more people coming. However, it won't be that quick. It will take at least half a month for the people from all sides to arrive, said Yang Lei. Which peak is in charge of Grass Valley Town now? Knight Sorrow asked. I don't know. It was Danding Peak last year. I don't care which peak it is this year. However, it won't be a problem to arrange for you to go there. After all, your senior sister is an elder. Yang Lei patted her chest and said. Mind your image, Aoi said helplessly as she looked at Yang Lei patting her perky chest. Isn't it just in front of junior brother? I won't do this in front of others. Yang Lei was hurt by Aoi's words. 13 is not young anymore. You can't be like this. Aoi said. It's okay. Senior sister, you can do whatever you want. Knight Sorrow could tell that Yang Lei was a little embarrassed. I really don't know what to do with you guys. Aoi was a little helpless. After 3 days, the three of them returned to Medicine Valley. Without going to Longquan Courtyard, Knight Sorrow went to Danding Peak. He wanted to talk to Yu Yangyu about bringing Sikong Chuyu to Bamboo Forest Peak. He had to ask for instructions. In a loft behind Danding Peak, Knight Sorrow and the other two met Yu Yangyu. You're back. It's rare for you to go back. You can stay for a few more days. Yu Yangyu said with a smile when he saw Knight Sorrow. Disciple has something to say to Master, please make a decision. Knight Sorrow bowed and said. If there's something difficult, just tell Master. It's okay. Lu Yangyu nodded. Knight Sorrow then told him about Sikong Chuyu. Sure. Even if there is a real problem, I will step in. However, I will only step in as a personal matter. After all, this matter has nothing to do with the Medicine Valley, Yu Yangyu said. Thank you for your permission, master. Knight Sorrow bowed. Alright, go ahead. Yu Yangyu nodded. After leaving Danding Peak, Yang Lei, Aoi, and Knight Sorrow went to Tsaogu town and found the person in charge of maintaining order. The leader of the patrol team this time was Feng Yan, a disciple of Wu Wei Pixie Shui. He was also ranked 7th on the Yuan leaderboard. The situation has been a little tense recently. Let Knight Sorrow assist you in Tsaogu town for a few days. Yang Lei said to Feng Yan. Thank you, elder. Disciple was just worried that the situation would be too tense to control. Feng Yan said happily. First tick hair, 13, stay here. They will probably be here in a few days. As for big senior brother, I will go and greet him with 6th senior sister. We will come to visit you later. Yang Lei said to Knight Sorrow. Alright. Knight Sorrow nodded. After Aoi and Yang Lei left, Feng Yan pulled Knight Sorrow to an inn. Uncle Master, I have always wanted to treat you to a drink but never had the chance. Since we are free today, why don't we drink to our heart's content? Boss, bring the meat and wine up. Alright, let's drink to our heart's content. Knight Sorrow was also in a good mood. The two of them grabbed the beef and drank the wine in big mouthfuls. Two dishonest people. How can I miss out on such a thing? Shi Yunhai came. Seeing Knight Sorrow and Feng Yan drinking, he pulled a chair and joined in. Subsequently, more and more people came to drink. Lan Yu, Huang Qian, Danding Peak's Chen Yun and the rest all joined in. Uncle Master Knight, we are all disciples on the Yuan leaderboard. We should take care of each other. Let me remind you, you have offended my Uncle Master Lin Jingyi. You may end up in a terrible state. Lan Yu said after drinking a mouthful of wine. I'll go and apologize when I have the time. Knight Sorrow said. If apologizing works, then the world will be peaceful. You had better think of a way to resolve this. Otherwise, you can ask your master to come forward and ask for her hand in marriage. Once you accept her, everything will be settled. Lan Yu said with a smile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Knight Sorrow put down the wine bowl in his hand and said. What did you say? Just as Knight Sorrow was speaking, Lin Jingyi entered the inn. Currently, Feng Yan was in charge of the safety of Grass Valley Town. He was the leader of the patrol team. However, the Medicine Valley had also sent out a second-generation disciple to hold the fort. This was a sect mission. There was a certain amount of merit points as a reward. Coincidentally, the person who had accepted this mission was Lin Jingyi. What? What did I say? Looking at Lin Jingyi's cold face, Knight Sorrow knew that she was looking for trouble. At the same time, he was displeased. I'm asking you. What did you say just now? Lin Jingyi said as she took 2 steps in front of Knight Sorrow. I said it's impossible. What's wrong? Knight Sorrow stood up and asked. Have you grown hair on your head? Lin Jingyi's body flashed and kicked Knight Sorrow's abdomen, causing Knight Sorrow to retreat 6 to 7 steps. Lin Jingyi's speed was too fast. Knight Sorrow couldn't dodge at all. I'll remember this. Kill me today if you can. Knight Sorrow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his arm, 4 sky-piercing spears appeared in his hands. Junior Master Lin, please calm down. Lan Yu quickly stood in front of Lin Jingyi. Junior Master Lin, you've gone overboard. Feng Yan and Shi Yunhai stood in front of Knight Sorrow. Are the few of you rebelling? Lin Jingyi looked coldly at Shi Yunhai and Feng Yan. We don't have any intention of rebelling. However, Junior Master Lin, you can't go overboard. Feng Yan said. Yunhai, Feng Yan, Chen Yun. Move aside. I want to see if she can kill me today. Knight Sorrow took 2 steps forward. Do you think I don't dare? Lin Jingyi looked at Night Sorrow with an ashen face. Overbearing. You've always been overbearing. I believe you dare. Come on. Today, I'll go all out with Crepe Myrtle. Let's see what you can do. Night Sorrow's true chi and myriad Dao Tome's energy were channeled into his arms. As long as Lin Jingyi moved, he would shoot the sky-piercing spears. At this moment, he was furious. All along, Night Sorrow had tried his best to avoid Crepe Myrtle's matters. Every time, he would accompany her with a smile. Even at Danding Cliff, when Lin Jingyi's attitude was not good, he would welcome her with a smile. However, when Lin Jingyi attacked him directly, he could not accept it. Lin Jingyi squinted her eyes and looked at Night Sorrow. She did not expect Night Sorrow's reaction to be so strong. She was a little regretful. She should not have attacked Night Sorrow directly. However, now that Night Sorrow did not give her any face, she had no way to resolve the situation. She also understood that as long as she attacked, the 4 short spears in Night Sorrow's hand would be shot out. The power must be amazing. Junior Master, let's forget about this. It's not good to make a big deal out of it. Lan Yu said. Whose side are you on? Lin Jingyi looked at Lan Yu. Chapter 205. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. Say net, providing you with interesting novels to read. While they were in a stalemate, a woman entered the inn. She was wearing a purple dress with a thin veil covering her face. Her face was also covered by a white veil. Love go little say netku. The woman came to Night Sorrow's side. Are you alright? I'm here. I'm fine, let's go. Night Sorrow kept the 4 sky-piercing spears into his storage ring and said to the veiled woman. No, since they bullied you, you have to fight back. Is it honorable for a level 5 spirit-severing stage cultivator to attack a chi-gathering stage cultivator? If you want to fight, I'll accept it. The woman stood in front of Night Sorrow. Forget it, this is a conflict between us. It's nothing, let's go. Night Sorrow did not want Sikong Chuyu to cause too much of a commotion, nor did he want Sikong Chuyu to stand up for him. Sikong Chuyu was not willing to give up like this, but Night Sorrow pulled him back, so he could only leave. After leaving the inn, Night Sorrow summoned Tianyu and brought Sikong Chuyu towards the Taishian Peak. Martial uncle, what you did today was wrong. You can't just hit people directly. Luckily, martial uncle stopped in the end. If you hit both of them, this matter would be blown out of proportion. Lan Yu said. Hit what? They are peak level 4 spirit-severing stage cultivators. Lin Jingyi glared at Lan Yu and turned to leave. Lan Yu, Feng Yan, Shi Yunhai and Qin Yun looked at each other. When did Night Sorrow have such a fierce person by his side? Senior sister Lan Yu, I think that girl is quite young. From her gaze, she seems to be much younger than Junior Master Lin, Feng Yan said. Sigh, Junior Master Lin has gone overboard this time. I'm worried that this matter won't end just like that. Junior Master Yi probably won't say anything, but this matter will still spread to Taishian Peak. Given the temper of Junior Master Aoi and Junior Master Yang Lei, they will definitely not let this matter rest, Feng Yan said. What should we do? Lan Yu was a little anxious. What should we do? Hurry back and report this to Martial Uncle Tang. What the hell is going on? Shi Yunhai muttered. You guys can continue bickering. I'm leaving first. Lan Yu and Huang Qian both got up and left. Today's matter was nothing if it was said to be small, but if it was said to be big then it was very big. Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu went directly to the Tai Xian Hall. He wanted to know Gong Xian's opinion. In front of the Tai Xian Hall, Night Sorrow got off the Tianyu. When he jumped to the ground, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Night Sorrow, are you okay? Sikong Chuyu anxiously supported Night Sorrow. I'm fine. My internal organs were a little shaken. This is blood clot, Night Sorrow said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What happened to 13? Gong Xian, Wu Qi, Hua Nan, Aoi, and the rest all walked out of the hall. Nothing much. I just accidentally got hurt. Senior brother, can I bring her to Bamboo Forest Peak for a while? Night Sorrow looked at Gong Xian and asked. Of course. Go directly to where I used to live. Bamboo Forest Peak will be your territory in the future. Also, what happened to you? Gong Xian frowned and looked at Night Sorrow. It's nothing. Senior brothers and sisters, I'll bring Chuyu to Bamboo Forest Peak. Night Sorrow bowed to Gong Xian and the rest. Chuyu thanks senior brothers and sisters for taking care of her. Sikong Chuyu also bowed slightly. Then go. Gong Xian nodded. Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu left. Gong Xian's face turned cold. Old 9, you and 11 go and find out where 13 went and where she got hurt. Yang Lei and Mo Chen nodded and left Tai Xian Hall. Their first stop was Caogu Town. Yang Lei and Night Sorrow parted not long ago at Caogu Town. When they arrived at Caogu Town, Yang Lei and Mo Chen stopped Feng Yan, Shi Yunhai and the rest who were about to leave. Do you know what happened to Night Sorrow here? Yang Lei asked. I'm not sure. Feng Yan said softly. He didn't want to hide it for Lin Jingyi, but he didn't want to have any conflicts in Medicine Valley. Not sure. Don't you know that Night Sorrow will vomit blood and have a footprint on his abdomen? Yang Lei roared. Is Martial Uncle Night's injury very serious? Feng Yan asked. Try being kicked in your dantian by a rank 4 cultivator. Shi Yunhai muttered. Who did it? Mo Chen's face was filled with murderous intent. He heard Shi Yunhai's words and knew that Night Sorrow was injured by a rank 4 cultivator. Martial uncles, this is just a small conflict within the sect. Why don't you calm down? Chen Yun said. A small conflict within the sect. As a disciple of Medicine Valley, it's right for you to want to calm down the conflict. However, as Night Sorrow's senior sister and senior brother, we have our own opinions. If someone of the same rank seriously injured Night Sorrow, then we have nothing to say. A rank 4 spirit severing stage cultivator actually dared to attack a Yuan gathering stage disciple. Who was it? Yang Lei asked coldly. What's there to hide? It's wrong to kick in the dantian. If you don't say, then I will. It's Crepe Myrtle's martial uncle Lin Jingyi. Shi Yunhai said directly when he saw Feng Yan and Qin Yun stuttering. 11th junior brother, go back and tell eldest senior brother that I'm going to Crepe Myrtle. Yang Lei said to Mo Chen and then got on the Green Eagle. She was calm. It was the calmness of extreme anger. I'll go now. Mo Chen rode the golden winged eagle and flew towards Tai Xian Hall. This matter was serious. He wanted to accompany Yang Lei to Crepe Myrtle, but he felt that it was important to call for help. Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu came to the bamboo house where Gong Xian used to live and started to tidy it up. There were 3 rooms in the bamboo house. Other than the east and west rooms, there was also a living room in the middle. Fortunately, there are 2 rooms. If there was only 1 room, then it would be troublesome. Night Sorrow said with a smile. 1 room. Then you can stay under the roof. Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. Hee, that's quite ruthless. But I mind. Night Sorrow took out a wine jar and drank a mouthful of wine. In the future, drink less wine and drink more tea. Sikong Chuyu stared at Night Sorrow. Oh right, are you really okay? I'm really okay. Yishang knocked on his chest and abdomen. He was very glad. If he didn't have the Myriad Dao treasured book to protect him, Lin Jingyi's kick would have crippled his dantian or severely injured him. You rest for a while. I'll get some water to make tea. Sikong Chuyu smiled at Night Sorrow and went to the stream in front to get water to make tea. Looking at Sikong Chuyu's swaying figure, Night Sorrow was very satisfied. He liked this feeling very much. Yang Lei went directly to the front of Crepe Myrtle's main hall. Lin Jingyi, get out here. Oh head. Hearing Yang Lei's words, Tang Qianqian's expression changed after hearing Lan Yu and Huang Qian's report. She knew this was going to be troublesome, but she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Junior sister Yang, why are you so angry? We can sit down and talk. Tang Qianqian said. Chapter 206. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tang Qianqian's expression changed. She knew what the sound of wind and thunder was. It was the sign of the sect's ultimate skill, wind and thunder sword technique. Elder Yang, please calm down. We will definitely resolve this matter. Lan Yu, please ask your martial uncle Lin to come out. Tang Qianqian knew that things were getting troublesome. Lin Jingyi might have caused a big problem. She heard Lan Yu's report just now and knew that Lin Jingyi had gone overboard. She kicked Night Sorrow's Dantian without mercy. This was really inexcusable. If 13 doesn't join Crepe Myrtle, you will cripple him. Let's see what kind of explanation you can give me today. Yang Lei said with a cold face. Soon, under Lan Yu's lead, Lin Jingyi arrived. You crazy woman. When Yang Lei saw Lin Jingyi, she waved her sword and slashed out. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard as a beam of sword chi flew towards Lin Jingyi. Lin Jingyi's expression changed and she dodged to the side. When the ray of sword chi passed by, a deep black ditch appeared on the bluestone ground in front of the Crepe Myrtle Hall as if it was struck by lightning. Elder Yang, please don't attack first. Let's talk things over. A few second-generation disciples of Crepe Myrtle stood in front of Lin Jingyi. There's nothing to talk about. She wants to cripple my junior brother, so I will cripple her. No one can stop me. Get out of my way. Yang Lei waved her black sword and said. At this time, Gong Xian, Wu Qi, Hua Nan, and the others had all arrived. Only Mo Chen was not here. He was sent out by Gong Xian. Number 4 first, Peak Master Gong. Tang Qianqian cupped her hands and greeted Gong Xian. Junior sister Tang, I don't want to talk too much about what happened. Lin Jingyi has gone too far in this matter. She directly attacked the Dantian of the Yuan leaderboard's leader with a cultivation of rank 4. This matter can't be justified no matter where you go. Hand him over. Peak Master Gong, junior sister Lin is in the wrong. We can solve it. We can apologize or anything. Tang Qianqian said. No. Call him out. Gong Xian said coldly. Gong Xian, are you trying to show off in Crepe Myrtle? Yi Xiling appeared. I wouldn't dare. A disciple of Crepe Myrtle's level 5 spirit separating stage disciple attacked a Taishian Peak's Yuan gathering stage disciple, and even directly attacked his Dantian. Peak Lord Yi, can you teach me how to deal with this? Gong Xian looked at Yi Xiling and said coldly. After hearing Gong Xian's words, Yi Xiling's expression changed. If this was true, then it was serious. Who did you hurt? Yi Xiling asked. She really hoped that it wasn't Night Sorrow. Yang Lei's answer was filled with killing intent, causing Yi Xiling's heart to sink to the bottom. Jingyi, come out. Tell us what happened. Yi Xiling looked at Lin Jingyi, who was blocked by the Crepe Myrtle's second-generation disciple. Lin Jingyi walked out with her head lowered. After a moment, she straightened her body. They were drinking in Saogu Town's tavern and spoke rudely. That was why I attacked them. I admit that I was too harsh. While Lin Jingyi was speaking, Yu Yangyu and Mo Chen arrived. Greetings, Valley Master. Yi Xiling and the others all bowed in greeting. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I'm not here as the Valley Master. I'm here as Night Sorrow's master to ask. He spoke rudely. How rudely would that require? As for you, a level 5 spirit separating stage cultivator, kick his dantian. Yu Yangyu looked at Lin Jingyi. Valley Master, don't you think this is a little too serious? Valley Master has many things to do. We can handle these matters. Yi Xialing's mouth twitched as she spoke. If he can't even be a master, why should he be the Valley Master? If it was Night Sorrow's fault, I would have brought him to Crepe Myrtle to apologize. Now tell us, how did he speak rudely? Yu Yangyu spoke. It's my fault. I shouldn't have attacked Junior Night Sorrow so harshly. Lin Jingyi bowed and said. Just saying you're wrong is enough. I'll give you a chance now. Pick up your weapon and have the courage to attack Night Sorrow. Fight with me. Yang Lei looked coldly at Lin Jingyi. Old Nine, wait a moment. Lin Jingyi, if Night Sorrow spoke rudely, I would have punished him. Why don't you tell us how Night Sorrow spoke rudely? Yu Yangyu asked coldly. Lin Jingyi lowered her head and didn't speak. Can't say anything. Peak Master Yi, is this Crepe Myrtle's style? Deal with it as you see fit. I want the results tomorrow. If you can't satisfy me, you'll have to bear the consequences. All of you, go back. Yu Yangyu looked at Yi Xialing and said. Then, he waved at his disciples and turned to leave. After Yu Yangyu left with his people, Yi Xialing looked at Lin Jingyi. Jingyi, do you know how serious this matter is? Night Sorrow is so young, yet he used more than a year to cultivate from having no cultivation base to the peak stage of element gathering tier. He even became the first on the Yuan ranking board with a cultivation base in the middle stage of element gathering tier. The treatment that the Grand Elder of the sect gave to a heaven-grade disciple, and you want to cripple him? Yi Xialing was almost roaring when she said this. Master, disciple knows her mistake, Lin Jingyi said softly. Qianqian, looks like you know the cause of this matter. Tell us, don't try to cover it up. You know that this matter can't be covered up. I believe the Grand Elder will also ask about it, Yi Xialing sighed. She had high hopes for Night Sorrow, but she didn't expect this to happen. Tang Qianqian asked Lan Yu to come over and tell her the whole story. Good, very good. You don't like him, but would he like you? Tomorrow, go to Taishian Peak and apologize. If the Taishian Peak doesn't accept, you can cripple your own cultivation base and commit suicide. Yi Xialing said coldly. Just as Yi Xialing was speaking, the Grand Elder brought Feng Yan and Shi Yunhai over. I knew something was going to happen. We're too late. The Grand Elder knows. Yi Xialing's expression was very ugly. Yes. Yang Lei and Mo Chen knew that Night Sorrow was injured, so they went to Caogu town to investigate. These two disciples were stopped by Yang Lei on the spot and told her the details. They were worried that the matter would blow up, so they reported it to me. I heard that Night Sorrow directly vomited blood at the entrance of Taishian Peak. Xialing, this is too much. The Grand Elder sighed. It seems that Night Sorrow didn't tell senior brother and senior sister about this matter. If he did, with Yang Lei and Gong Xian's temper, they wouldn't have sent people to Caogu town. This child is good. Qianqian, bring Jingyi to apologize tomorrow. If they don't accept, you know what to do. This bottle of elixir is also given to Night Sorrow. Yi Xialing sighed and said. Xialing, you have to go too. You know the Valley Master's temper when he protects his disciples. The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. After Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu cleaned up the bamboo hut, they drank tea and chatted. Sikong Chuyu even specially checked on Night Sorrow's injuries. While the two were chatting, Yu Yangyu and Gong Xian arrived. The others were sent away by Yu Yangyu and didn't come over. Master. Junior Sikong Chuyu greets the Valley Master. Seeing Yu Yangyu, Sikong Chuyu, and Night Sorrow both stood up and bowed. Are your injuries serious? Yu Yangyu looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I'm fine. My internal organs are a little shaken. Master, you know. Night Sorrow said with some surprise. If there's anything, just tell me. Crepe Myrtle will come tomorrow to deal with this matter. If the other party knows she's wrong, then let it go. After all, she's a woman. Yu said. This disciple understands. Night Sorrow nodded. Chapter 207. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Thank you, Valley Master. Sikong Chuyu nodded her head. Yes. Sikong Chuyu nodded her head. You're welcome. Yu nodded and left after chatting for a while. Night Sorrow, your master and senior brothers and sisters really cherish you. If I'm not wrong, they've already gone to cause trouble for that woman, Sikong Chuyu said. Sigh. I don't want to cause trouble for master, senior brother, and senior sister. Night Sorrow sighed. That woman is too arrogant. It's good to teach her a lesson. You haven't told me how you provoked her. Sikong Chuyu was more interested in this. Yishang simply recounted his conflict with Crepe Myrtle Peak from beginning to end. Just because you didn't want to join Crepe Myrtle, just because you rejected your master's proposal, she hit you? Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. Yes. That's embarrassing. I can't beat him, Night Sorrow said in embarrassment. She has been cultivating longer than you, so it's normal for her cultivation level to be higher than yours. That's good, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. What? What's good? Night Sorrow asked. Nothing, then why don't you agree? That woman's cultivation base is very high and she is very beautiful, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. What does her beauty have to do with me? I don't like her, Night Sorrow said seriously. Then what do you like? Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow with her beautiful smiling eyes. Can we not talk about this? Night Sorrow blushed. Sikong Chuyu nodded. Night Sorrow's blushing face had already explained the answer. When they were resting, Night Sorrow stayed in the east room while Sikong Chuyu stayed in the west room. There was a living room in between. At dawn, when Yishang finished his cultivation, Sikong Chuyu also finished washing her face and rinsing her mouth. She also prepared water for Yishang to wash his face. I can do it myself. I'm not used to you, Night Sorrow said with embarrassment. You'll get used to it slowly. I don't know how long I'll have to stay here, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Is it because you're not used to me here? How about I go somewhere else? There's a bamboo house not far away. Night Sorrow was a little nervous being watched by Sikong Chuyu. It's good. I prefer this kind of life. It's simple, comfortable, and with you by my side. Sikong Chuyu looked at the nervous Night Sorrow. She wanted to laugh. She had seen many young masters, but Night Sorrow was the only one who wanted to avoid her. Without servants or ingredients, the two of them casually cooked some game. Not bad. 13. Add another set of chopsticks. Yang Lei came while the two of them were eating. Night Sorrow got up and added a chair, a bowl, and chopsticks. You two have a good life. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for the servants to deliver food every day. You can't delay your cultivation, Yang Lei said after sitting down to eat. Sure. Ninth senior sister, why are you here? Night Sorrow asked. Crepe Myrtle is coming today to settle yesterday's matter. I'm here to call you. You've given them face. They dare to use any means. Yang Lei was angry when she said this. Forget it. I'm a man. Why should I bother with a woman? I'm fine, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Yang Lei shook her head helplessly when she heard Night Sorrow's words. However, she admired Night Sorrow's magnanimity. Sikong Chuyu stayed at Juyuan Peak to cultivate. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei went to Taishian Peak. When the two of them arrived, many people had gathered in the main hall of Taishan Peak. Yu Yangyu was sitting in the main seat. The first elders sat on one side and drank tea. Gong Xian and Yi Xiling sat on both sides of the main hall. On one side of the hall stood Crepe Myrtle's people, while on the other side stood Taishan Peak's people. Yong Lu Jiu #FreeWatch Little C 13, you're here. Are you alright? The first elder looked at Night Sorrow and asked with a smile. I didn't expect the matter to be so serious. I've disturbed the first elder, master, and Peak Lord Yi. Night Sorrow bowed to them. Crepe Myrtle is in the wrong. Martial Uncle brought her here to apologize. You can punish her however you want. I won't say anything even if you cripple her cultivation. Yi Xiling sighed. She really liked Night Sorrow, but she didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. Junior Brother Knight, I'm in the wrong. If you have any complaints or requests for punishment, you can tell me. Please don't make things difficult for my master. Lin Jingyi stood up and said. Senior Sister Lin, you're too serious. You were just impulsive. Let bygones be bygones. I really didn't want to blow things up. I'm sorry. Night Sorrow cupped his hands and said to Lin Jingyi. Yi Shang was very happy to stay with Sikong Chuyu on Bamboo Garden Peak, so he didn't hold a grudge. Seeing Lin Jingyi apologize in front of so many people, he also felt somewhat apologetic. Jingyi, this is magnanimity. Night Sorrow came back yesterday, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue with you at all. Look at what you've done. Yi Xiling looked at Lin Jingyi angrily and said. I know I'm in the wrong. I'm willing to face the wall and reflect. Lin Jingyi also reflected on herself yesterday. She knew that she had gone too far. In fact, she was too angry at that time. She didn't want to attack Night Sorrow's Dantian. She just kicked him to vent her anger. In the end, she kicked Night Sorrow's Dantian. It's good that the matter is resolved. I also believe that you didn't mean to cripple Night Sorrow. In the future, you have to learn a lesson. If it was someone else who couldn't withstand your kick and had their cultivation destroyed, no one would be able to save you. This is the first time and also the last time. Yu Yangyu said. He was still very unhappy. I really didn't mean it. I was just angry. I don't know why I kicked him. Lin Jingyi wiped her eyes and said with a choked voice. Okay, that's it. Seeing Lin Jingyi cry, Yu Yangyu directly waved his hand and didn't want to listen to it. Night Sorrow, I hate you to death. Lin Jingyi turned and ran out after saying that. Master, I. Night Sorrow was speechless. Why did Lin Jingyi say that she hated him again? Yi Xiling also shook her head helplessly. She knew that when Lin Jingyi said that she hated him, she didn't necessarily hate him. After that, the Great Elder and Yu Yangyu grabbed Night Sorrow and lectured him. Yesterday's matter was not right. It would make the conflict worse. If there were any problems in the future, he would have to face it. Yi Xiling took the pill that she gave to Tang Qianqian yesterday and handed it to Night Sorrow. I really like you. Even if I lost face today, it won't change this. If you have time, go to Crepe Myrtle and have tea with me. If those girls bully you again, you don't need your senior brothers or senior sisters. I will help you vent your anger. Thank you, Martial Aunt. I'm really sorry about what happened today. Night Sorrow said apologetically. Chapter 208. A Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiling, our Medicine Valley needs such unreasonable people. Everyone knows about the situation at Taishan Peak. The Valley Master was domineering when he was at Taishan Peak. Now, the same spirit still exists at Taishan Peak. If the entire Medicine Valley has the same spirit as the Taishan Peak, then who would dare to strut around in the Medicine Valley? Great Elder said as he knocked his walking stick on the ground. It's because you're strong. You're just a bully. Yi Xiling said as she glanced at Yu Yangyu. You. Great Elder was a little helpless. However, he also understood that the reason for being domineering was because of her personality and her strength. A domineering person without strength would be beaten to a pulp. Night Sorrow, I'm leaving now. Remember my words. Yi Xiling waved at Night Sorrow and left. Gong Xian and the others were helpless. Yi Xiling was determined to poach Yi Xiling to the end. Even if she lost face, she did not give up on this idea. Peak Master Ye's greatest strength is her persistence. No matter what she does, she will never give up easily. This is what you all need to learn, Great Elder said to Gong Xian and the others. Gong Xian and the others nodded. They had indeed seen this point. Night Sorrow, 9th level of Element Gathering Tier. You can't rush from now on. Take it slow, Great Elder said to Night Sorrow. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. Then, Night Sorrow bowed and was about to leave. He still wanted to go back and cultivate. Don't go out during this period. You must attend the celebration of Grand Elder Hua entering the Venerable One Realm, Yu Yangyu said. I will congratulate Grand Elder Hua, Yi Diandian said. That's not the case. During the celebration, many sects will come here with their disciples. Sparring is unavoidable. The sect needs you to fight, Yu Yangyu said to Night Sorrow. Eldest senior brother, send someone to inform me when the time comes. I will definitely be there, Night Sorrow said to Gong Xian. Alright, you go back first. I'll arrange for 2 servant disciples to go over later. Gong Xian nodded to Night Sorrow. In the Medicine Valley, or rather, in the various forces, he was a disciple who was worth nurturing. They didn't have to worry about trivial matters. They had servants and odd jobs disciples to serve them. Only in this way could they concentrate on cultivating. When he returned to his residence at Bamboo Forest Peak, Night Sorrow saw Sikong Chuyu practicing her swordsmanship. Her body danced like a fairy descending to the mortal world. You're back. Did you deal with it? Sikong Chuyu stopped cultivating and asked. Yes. Not only did she apologize, but she also gave me a bottle of medicinal pills. It should be healing pills. Yi Shang took out the bottle of pills Yi Yiling had given him. He poured out one pill and studied it. Then, he confirmed that it was a core fortifying pill for healing injuries. It was a high-grade pill that could be used when one's true energy was unstable due to internal injuries. I'll give you half. Night Sorrow took out a jade bottle and poured the medicinal pills out. I have some. When I'm outside, how can my parents and grandfather not give me medicinal pills? You take care of yourself, Sikong Chuyu said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded and began to cultivate. He cultivated the wind spear art, the killing fist art, and the dragon leap steps together. While performing the dragon leap steps, Night Sorrow slowly integrated the artistic conception of Suiyun body art. The ingenuity of the dragon leap steps was its strangeness, variability, and speed. The artistic conception of Suiyun body art was its elegance and flexibility. These 2 aspects did not conflict. Sikong Chuyu was stunned for a moment when she saw Night Sorrow cultivating his body art. She also cultivated the dragon leap steps, but it was inferior to Night Sorrow's. In terms of flexibility, there was no way to compare. Moreover, it looked elegant and unrestrained. However, she did not ask. This was considered a personal matter. If it was inconvenient for him to answer, Night Sorrow would be in a difficult position. At noon, some odd-job disciples came over with vegetables, fruits, and other things. Night Sorrow instructed them to help Tianyu roast some food every morning. After that, they could go back. Night Sorrow knew how to cook. When he was living with Father Gu in Bamboo Garden Village, he did it himself. As for roasting food for Tianyu, Night Sorrow felt that it wasn't good to keep feeding Tianyu beast origin pills. If Tianyu liked it, it was better to eat demon beast meat if he had the time. What Night Sorrow hadn't expected was that Sikong Chuyu also knew how to cook. Moreover, his skills were pretty good. However, Sikong Chuyu didn't allow him to drink wine. He could only drink tea. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days passed. Although he didn't use origin gathering pills to cultivate, Night Sorrow's cultivation base had advanced to the mid-9th level of essence gathering realm. His myriad Dao Cannon's cultivation base had advanced very quickly. He had already reached the late 6th level of muscle strengthening. Although he wasn't far from the 7th level of muscle strengthening, Night Sorrow stopped cultivating. That was because tomorrow was the day of the celebration for Hua Yunpeng's advancement to the 6th rank Venerable Realm. Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei had come together to inform Night Sorrow. At noon, they had lunch together. Mo Chen wanted to drink wine. Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu. You should drink when there are guests. I'm saying that you should drink less when you're alone. I'm not forbidding you from drinking. Sikong Chuyu felt a little embarrassed when Night Sorrow looked at him. Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei were also looking at him. 13, not bad. You know how to be obedient now. Mo Chen smiled. 11th senior brother, you're teasing me. Tomorrow is the celebration. What do I have to do? Night Sorrow asked. The celebration, or rather, the establishment ceremony. Tomorrow, all the higher-ups of the Medicine Valley will be there. The disciples of the Origin ranking, Alchemy ranking, and Heaven ranking will also be there. There will be some challenges in between, Mo Chen said. Then I'll wait for the arrangement tomorrow. Night Sorrow nodded. Many people will come this time. The Golden Flame sect, the Freedom sect, and the Southern Dipper sect will all send people to watch the ceremony. They are the 3 superpowers. The Fire Tiger sect, the Tai clan of Nanyang City, and the O clan of the 8 Castle will also come. They are the first-class forces in the territory of the Golden Flame sect, which is similar to our Medicine Valley. But that was in the past. Now, they can't compare with our Medicine Valley. In addition, many people from the Qingshui sect will also come. Mo Chen poured wine for Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu. They will definitely cause trouble if they come. I'm the one who caused the trouble, Night Sorrow said with a smile. It's none of your business. The Qingshui sect won't make trouble in a day or two. During the celebration, these sects will send their disciples to the stage to compete. To put it bluntly, it's a process of fighting for face and slapping faces, Mo Chen said to Night Sorrow. But my cultivation is too low. I don't think I can do it. Night Sorrow was a little unconfident. What are you afraid of? Soldier against soldier, general against general. Of course, people in the energy gathering realm will compete with people of the same level. I'm the one who's depressed. I won't get any merit points this time, Mo Chen curled his lips and said. What do you mean? Sikong Chuyu asked for Night Sorrow. Why forever G long free of charge X, reading novel I. Chapter 209. Genius 1 second remember love go/little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Useless. Are you planning to stay in the core condensation realm forever? Chu Lingfei glared at Mo Chen. That's not what I meant. I just feel that it's a pity that I didn't earn merit points. It's a bit troublesome to go out and take on missions to earn merit points. Seeing that Chu Lingfei was a bit angry, Mo Chen hurriedly explained. Then senior brother and big sister Lingfei won't participate? Night Sorrow asked. Yes. Your senior brother and I are in the soul severing stage. It's useless for us to go, so we won't go. Chu Lingfei nodded. Then tomorrow, big sister Lingfei will accompany Chu Yu to watch the ceremony. Night Sorrow spoke his mind. Night Sorrow, don't you want me to accompany you? Don't you want me to follow you? Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Night Sorrow shook his head. There will be many people tomorrow. I'm worried that if I go out, I'll be noticed. You'll be easily discovered if you're by my side. Of course, I want you to accompany me. Okay then. I'll follow Big Sister Lingfei tomorrow. After hearing Night Sorrow's answer, Sikong Chuyu was very satisfied. After staying for a while, Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei left. After walking for a while, Chu Lingfei turned back to look at Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu, who were washing the dishes. She nodded silently. They get along very well. Baidu search Love Go Xiao Shua www.aichux.com. Mo Chen smiled. Originally, I was worried that Sikong's cultivation level and background wouldn't be suitable for 13. In the future, 13 might leave quietly. But now, I'm not worried. After cultivating for a night, Night Sorrow changed into Medicine Valley's tights and left the room. Sikong Chuyu was also ready. Here, put on the outer robe too. Sikong Chuyu put on Night Sorrow's white silk robe with red edges. Night Sorrow nodded. During this period of time, he had learned to accept Sikong Chuyu's kindness. Sikong Chuyu also covered his face with a veil. After pondering for a moment, Night Sorrow removed the hollow jade pendant from his waist and placed it in his bosom. Why didn't you bring it? Sikong Chuyu asked. I'm afraid I'll break it, Night Sorrow said as he patted his chest. Sikong Chuyu smiled. She felt warm in her heart. Night Sorrow didn't say anything heartwarming, but his simple actions showed the most practical things. He ran into Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei as soon as he walked out of the bamboo forest. I'm here to pick you up. In order not to attract attention, Sikong, come with me. Chu Lingfei said with a smile. 13, come with me. You're under a lot of pressure this time. The geniuses of Golden Flame Sect, Su Yuan, Zhan Xia, and the Little Devil of Xiaoyao Sect are all here. I've asked around. They're all said to be invincible at the same level. They're all at the peak of essence gathering stage, Mo Chen said to Night Sorrow. It doesn't matter. After they defeat me, it'll be more appropriate for them to say that they're invincible, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Ha! Well said. I don't think Medicine Valley can beat him. I don't think Lin Tianjue can do it. I wonder if EU from Wuwei Peak can do it. Mo Chen said. Baidu search AI Go Xiao Shua www.aichux.com. Who's EU? He's very powerful. Is he stronger than Lin Tianjue? Night Sorrow asked. Lin Tianjue, how should I describe him? He's just a piece of shit. EU's combat strength is very strong. He's ranked 10th on the pill ranking and reached it at the 7th level of the core condensation realm. He has very strong combat strength. He's been in seclusion for a long time and has been doing sect missions. He's already at the peak of core condensation realm. That's good. This is the Grand Elder's celebration, the Medicine Valley's establishment ceremony. It'd be a shame if it was destroyed so easily, Night Sorrow and Mo Chen chatted as they walked. They didn't arrive at Taixien Peak because Gong Xian and the others had already set off. Riding on flying beasts, they went straight to the square of the mountain gate. This time, the seats set up in the square were different from those in the past. The Medicine Valley's seats were in the front. Some chairs were placed in front of them. Behind them were 12 groups, each with some chairs in front of them. In addition, there were also seats set up in the east, west, and south sides with some chairs. Mo Chen took Night Sorrow directly to the back of Gong Xian. 13th uncle has a seat, but we don't, Chu Ning, who was standing behind the seat, muttered. Then I'll let you sit. Do you want to sit? Yang Lei looked back at Chu Ning and asked. 9th Martial Aunt, please forgive me. I'm just not awake and talking nonsense, Chu Ning quickly apologized. If there was someone that the third-generation disciples of Taixien Peak feared the most, it would be Yang Lei. Too many people had seen the rattan fried meat. Am I that scary? Junior brother Tao, let's change seats. 13th uncle, am I that scary? Yang Lei pulled Tao Yuan and sat in Tao Yuan's seat. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Night Sorrow's neck. Ninth senior sister is the best senior sister, Night Sorrow said with a smile. AIE initial D, start, ahem. 13th uncle, your words are hurting 6th senior sister's heart, Aoi coughed and said. 6th senior sister, you don't have to say anything. She is Night Sorrow's best senior sister, just like 9th senior sister, Night Sorrow said with a smile. 13th uncle is the best. This is the good wine that 6th senior sister made. If there's a battle later, drink some after it's over, Aoi said as she handed Night Sorrow a jar of wine. 13th uncle, you're too shameless. You drank all of 6th senior sister's good wine. The other senior brothers and I drank less than you in 10 years, Shi Tianlin said as he looked at the jar of wine in Night Sorrow's hand. 8th senior brother, do you want to compare how much 6th senior sister favors 13th senior brother? The result is that you won't have any wine to drink in the future. Yang Lei said with a smile. All right. I didn't say anything, Shi Tianlin said helplessly. How about this, after the ceremony is over, us senior brothers and junior sisters will gather at the little house in the bamboo forest. We'll have a good gathering and drink as much as we want, Aoi said with a smile. Thank you, 6th senior sister, Shi Tianlin and Tao Yuan said with a smile. In the middle of the main seats, Grand Elder and Yu Yangyu sat and chatted. Valley Master, Taishian Peak senior brothers and junior sisters are really close. This is something that other peaks can't compare to. This is also something that I'm proud of. I hope they can maintain this friendship forever, Yu Yangyu smiled. As the master, he was proud of the harmony between his disciples. Don't worry about it. They're all past the age of being competitive. There won't be any conflicts, Grand Elder said with a smile. Yu Yangyu nodded. He was relieved that none of his disciples were greedy. Previously, when he was appointed as the Valley Master of Danding Peak, he asked his disciples if they were willing to follow him to Danding Peak. However, no one went. If they followed Yu Yangyu to Danding Peak, they would have the chance to be groomed as the Valley Master's successor. Everyone knew this, but no one went. Even Night Sorrow didn't want to go. It was clear that no one cared about the status and identity. This made Yu Yangyu happy but also disappointed. Chapter 210. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/shao. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Freedom Sect and the Southern Dipper Sect have both sent their elders and direct disciples here. Su Huantian, the Venerable of the Golden Flame Sect, is here to find out the truth, said the first elder. This is a challenge. Su Huantian's cultivation is much stronger than the Supreme Elder who just entered the Venerable Realm. If the Supreme Elder can withstand it, the Medicine Valley will have no problem, said Yu Yangyu. Supreme Elder Hua has always been very steady and won't take risks. In this area, it's unlikely for Su Huantian to defeat Supreme Elder Hua easily, said the first elder. Yu Yangyu nodded. After Hua Yunpeng advanced, he had been staying at Danding Cliff to stabilize his cultivation and communicate with the 8-Dragon Cauldron. As time went by, almost all the guests had arrived. Then Qian Wu walked to the main seat. He was the host today. Qian Wu walked to the front of the stage and said, "The celebration for our Grand Supreme Elder entering the Venerable Realm will now begin. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for coming. Grand Supreme Elder Hua will personally thank all of you later." In the area of the Southern Dipper Sect, a man stood up and walked to the main seat. He said, "I'm Nanjin Yuan of the Southern Dipper Sect. I'm here to congratulate you on the order of the Sect Master. I'll send you 2 Southly Fire Stones. Baidu search love go/shao shua www.aichux.com. Thank you for your hospitality, Sect Master Nan." Yu Yangyu stood up and took the gift from Nan Zhenyuan. You're welcome, Valley Master Lu. Nan Zhenyuan cupped his hands and left. Nan Zhenyuan was the son of the sect master of the Southern Dipper sect. His congratulatory gift was very important. Then, people from other forces came forward to present their congratulatory gifts. Everyone knew that the Golden Flame sect and the Medicine Valley would fight. The Medicine Valley's venerable might be suppressed, but what if he wasn't? It wouldn't be a good thing to offend the Medicine Valley, so they had to present their congratulatory gifts. The Fire Tiger sect, the Tai clan of Nanyang City, the O clan of Ately Castle, and the Green Water sect all sent congratulatory gifts. The master of the Green Water sect, Miao Shui, came. Though his son's arm was chopped off by Night Sorrow, he still had to present a congratulatory gift. Before the celebration in Medicine Valley, Miao Shui had gone to the Golden Flame sect. Zhang Tianyi, the deputy chief of the Golden Flame sect, received him and promised him that if he took over the Medicine Valley today, the management of the Medicine Valley area would be handed over to the Qing Shui sect. However, since the Golden Flame sect didn't launch an attack, the Green Water sect didn't dare to act recklessly. Without the support of the Jinyan sect, the Medicine Valley could kill the Qing Shui sect as easily as killing a chicken. The gifts from the Southern Dipper sect and Free and Unfettered sect were received by Yu Yangyu. The gifts from the other families and factions were received by Qian Wu. This was a matter of status. Now that the Medicine Valley had a venerable, it was no longer on the same level as the other first-class factions in the territory of the Golden Flame sect. As the chief of the Medicine Valley, Yu Yangyu didn't need to lower his status. Qian Wu had already shown great respect by accepting the gifts. The factions that came to congratulate the Medicine Valley all presented their gifts. Now, only the Golden Flame sect was left. Everyone's eyes fell on the Golden Flame sect. They wanted to see how the Golden Flame sect would deal with the conflict with the Medicine Valley a few days ago. As for the gifts from the Golden Flame sect, wait until your venerable arrives and has the ability to take them. An old man appeared at the front of the seats of the Golden Flame sect. Then, he sat on the seat that Zhang Tianyi gave up. Greetings, Venerable Huantian. The disciples of the Golden Flame sect all bowed. All right. Yu Yangyu smiled. I heard that there are many talents in the Medicine Valley. Let us see them. Zhan Ping, go up and see if there are any talents in the energy-gathering realm in the Medicine Valley. If they are mediocre, just kill them. They are useless to keep, Zhang Tianyi said to a young man behind him. Ha! Well said. Vice Sect Leader Zhan is right. If they are mediocre, then there is no need to keep them. Who wants to fight? Hearing Zhang Tianyi's words, the Great Elder was so angry that he laughed. He shouted to the disciples of the Medicine Valley behind him. Disciple will fight. Just as Night Sorrow stood up and was about to fight, Feng Yan stood up from behind the Wuwei Peak seats and walked towards the arena in the middle of the square. Why are you in such a hurry? When we need you, we will call you. These small fries don't need you. Yang Lei's right hand, which was wrapped around Night Sorrow's neck, pulled Night Sorrow back to his seat. Night Sorrow nodded. At the same time, he looked towards the Medicine Valley. Then, he saw Xikong Chuyu and Chu Lingfei at an inconspicuous spot behind the Danding Peak seats. Seeing Night Sorrow looking over, Xikong Chuyu, who was wearing a veil, nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes blinked slightly as she signaled to Night Sorrow. Turning around, Night Sorrow's nose twitched. Yang Lei was too close to him. Her scent was wafting into his nose. Little gangster, what are you doing? Yang Lei, who was leaning against Night Sorrow, scolded Night Sorrow in a very low voice. Looking at the people around him, Night Sorrow didn't dare to retort. At this moment, Feng Yan and Zhan Ping were facing each other in the arena. Original song, F.A., what's your rank on the Medicine Valley's Yuan leaderboard? Zhan Ping asked Feng Yan as he drew his long sword from his waist. 7th on the Yuan leaderboard. As for your position in the Golden Flame sect, I'm not interested, Feng Yan said as he waved the battle blade in his hand. Today is a good day. Then, I'll use your blood to dye this festive color, Zhan Ping said as he waved his sword and attacked. Feng Yan waved his blade to block, and the two of them started fighting in the arena. Feng Yan's flaming wind blade technique was swift and fierce. It was very domineering. On the other hand, Zhan Ping's movements were swift and his sword was tricky. Every time he attacked, he would attack Feng Yan's vital points from impossible angles. Feng Yan is a little impatient. If this goes on, he won't have a good chance of winning, Yang Lei said as she looked at the situation in the arena. Night Sorrow could also tell that Zhan Ping was very cunning. He relied on his quick movements and tricky sword to attack Feng Yan, depleting Feng Yan's qi. The main thing was that Feng Yan's violent blade technique consumed more qi than Zhan Ping's. If this goes on, won't Feng Yan lose? What should we do? Night Sorrow asked anxiously. There's nothing we can do. This is the arena. The Great Elder and the other party had made it very clear that this is a battle of elimination, Yang Lei said as she looked at the arena coldly. Just as Night Sorrow was worried, there was a change in the arena. Suddenly, Feng Yan's body stopped. The battle blade in his right hand also stopped attacking. When Feng Yan stopped, Zhan Ping's long sword stabbed into his waist. When Zhan Ping's attack succeeded, it was also the moment when he was in danger. Feng Yan suddenly stretched out his empty left hand and grabbed Zhan Ping's right hand that was holding the sword. Following which, he swung the battle blade in his right hand down. Zhan Ping's face changed as he kicked towards Feng Yan's waist. Feng Yan ignored Zhan Ping's kick and swung the battle blade in his right hand downwards. No sound was heard. Everyone only saw a flash of blood as Zhan Ping's right arm was chopped off by Feng Yan. However, Feng Yan was also kicked back a few steps. Chapter 211. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. How could Zhan Ping block Feng Yan's attack when he lost his weapon and an arm with blood flowing out? Zhan Ping tried his best to dodge Feng Yan's 2 slashes and turn to run. However, his balance and speed had decreased due to the loss of his arm. Feng Yan caught up to him in an instant. Feng Yan slashed Zhan Ping's back with all his strength and shattered his internal organs. Zhan Ping's body bent backward as he let out a final scream. Then, Feng Yan kicked his body out of the arena. After killing Zhan Ping, Feng Yan went to Medicine Valley's side and bowed while ignoring his bleeding waist. Valley Master, Grand Elder, I've killed a mediocre disciple. Very well. A mediocre disciple is useless. Just kill him. Go and treat your wounds. Yu Yangyu waved his hand and threw a pill bottle to Feng Yan. Fire Tiger Sect's disciple, Guanzhong Yue, would like to challenge you. A young man from the Fire Tiger sect jumped into the arena. Medicine Valley's disciple, who would like to challenge me? Yu Yangyu asked. He understood the situation today. Fire Tiger sect, Tai family of Nanyang City, O family of Eightley Castle, and Green Water sect would stand on the Golden Flame sect's side to attack Medicine Valley. After all, these forces were affiliated to the Golden Flame sect. They all knew that no matter how the situation developed today, their current decision would not be wrong. Regardless of whether the Medicine Valley's Venerable won or lost, it would not harm their interests. If the Medicine Valley lost, they would have performed well in front of the Golden Flame sect. If the Medicine Valley withstood the attack, they would still have the Golden Flame sect to back them up. Therefore, the leaders of these forces had instructed their disciples to join forces to attack the Medicine Valley. As for the Nanda sect and the Walkabout sect, the Medicine Valley knew about them. Nan's Henyuan had communicated with Yu Yangyu and both sides had formed an alliance. As for the Walkabout sect, it was hard to say. At least they were not enemies. Your disciple is willing to come. Enlightenment stepped forward. He knew of Guanzhong Yue. The two of them had crossed paths before. At that time, there was no clear victor. He knew that among the current disciples on the Yuan ranking, other than Night Sorrow and Lan Yu, no one could defeat Guan Zhongyue. Lan Yu was a woman, and Night Sorrow was not suitable to fight at the moment. Only he was the most suitable. Good. As I said before, there is no need to keep mediocre people alive. Whether they live or die is up to fate, the great elder said. Enlightenment. We fought a year ago. I wonder how you've progressed this year, Guan Zhongyue said, waving his sword. You'll only know after you try. I won't let you down. Although the arena was filled with killing intent, Enlightenment's face was still full of smiles. What a hypocrite. You obviously want to kill him, but you still have a smile on your face. 13, you should learn from him, Aoi said to Night Sorrow. This is the style of Danding Peak. Our Taishian Peak doesn't need it. If you want to kill someone, just do it. What's the point of wasting time? 13, don't you agree? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I think so too. Night Sorrow nodded seriously. He really couldn't learn from Enlightenment. You too. I say, you too. Tao Yuan looked at Yang Lei, who was hugging Night Sorrow's shoulder, and didn't know what to say. Yang Lei looked at Tao Yuan. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's watch the match. Tao Yuan turned to look at the arena. In the arena, Enlightenment and Guan Zhongyue had already started to fight. This was different from the previous matches between fellow disciples. They were using deadly moves. They're almost on par. That guy from Fire Tiger sect is already so hard to deal with. I wonder how strong Su Yuan and Zhan Xie from Golden Flame sect are. Mo Chen was a little worried. The situation was not good for Medicine Valley. 13, let me ask you. Are you confident of winning against such an opponent? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. No problem, right? I don't see how strong he is. He's just a little faster, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow was speaking from his own experience. When he was in the middle stage of Element Gathering Realm, Night Sorrow wasn't afraid of close combat because of his strength. However, because his cultivation of true Qi was low, his speed couldn't keep up with others. Now that he was in the middle stage of the 9th level of Element Gathering Realm, coupled with Dragon Leap steps, Night Sorrow wasn't afraid of anyone in the same level as him. Very soon, there was a clear winner in the field. In the first round, Qiming, like Feng Yan, injured Guan Zhongyue's right arm. At the same time, Qiming's left shoulder was also injured. There was a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood had already dyed his battle robe red. Smart. Although the injury is serious, his combat ability won't decrease much. His opponent's injury is light, but it will affect his combat ability, Yang Lei said. In fact, that was the truth. Enlightenment's left shoulder was injured, but his right arm was still performing sword arts, so his attack power didn't decrease. However, Guan Zhongyue's right arm was greatly affected. He was suppressed by Enlightenment and was forced to retreat. The injuries on his body were increasing. Then, at the edge of the arena, Enlightenment killed Guan Zhongyue with one strike. However, he also stumbled. He lost too much blood and was a little dizzy. Fortunately, the battle was over. He persevered until he killed his opponent. Kyong Bijou. Free, look at the small queue. Some disciples of the Medicine Valley went up and helped Enlightenment, who was leaning on the ground with his long sword, down. The Medicine Valley was applauding. Compared to the Medicine Valley, the other areas were silent. Everyone could see that Enlightenment and Guan Zhongyue were on par. However, Enlightenment, who had rich combat experience, knew how to weaken his opponent's ability. In the end, he was the last one to laugh. Nansheng, did you see that? This is the embodiment of combat experience. Many times, the level of cultivation isn't the absolute factor that determines the outcome of a fight, Nan Zhenyuan said to a young man beside him. It was his son. Father, I want to go up on the arena, the young man said. Today's battle is not suitable. There must be a meaning to the battle. Nan Zhenyuan shook his head. Today wasn't a grand event for fighting. It was a grand event for one side to show off their strength and the other side to embarrass themselves. The Southern Dipper sect couldn't embarrass the Medicine Valley. Of course, they couldn't stand up for the Medicine Valley either. Very well. I don't know if the Medicine Valley dares to fight to the death. After you go up on the arena, don't go down until you die, Tianyi stood up and said. Hearing Tianyi's words, Nan Zhenyuan frowned. This was ruthless. They were going to fight to the death with the lives of their disciples. The faces of the people from the Fire Tiger sect, the Tai family of Nanyang City, the O family of Ately Castle, and the Greenwater sect changed. If the Medicine Valley agreed, then the next battle would be a fight to the death. Those who continued to fight would have to face the endless battles even if they won. Tianyi, are the lives of the disciples of the Golden Flame sect so worthless? The great elder said with a cold face. This is the fate of the cultivators. Why don't you dare? Tianyi sneered and said. Great elder, disciple will pick you up. Lan Yu, who was sitting behind Crepe Myrtle, stood up and walked outside. Night Sorrow exhaled, reached out and took away Yang Lei's hand on his shoulder and walked out of his seat. Lan Yu, wait for a moment. Let me do it. Master, Great Elder, disciple is willing to fight. Night Sorrow walked out and bowed to Yang Yu. Chapter 212. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night Sorrow, step down. The Great Elder looked at Night Sorrow and growled. At this moment, both sides were competing to see who was more ruthless. The Great Elder was unwilling to see his disciple lose his life so easily. 13. Yang Yu looked at Night Sorrow and frowned. He knew what the upcoming battle meant. Master, it is Night Sorrow's fortune to be your disciple. At the same time, it is also a kind of responsibility. As your disciple, I will not tarnish the reputation of Taishan Peak and Medicine Valley. Great Elder, please return to the arena. Disciple apologizes to you. Night Sorrow walked towards the arena with the reincarnation spear in his hand. Just as the Great Elder was about to stop him, a figure flashed and appeared. It was Hua Yunpeng in a plain white robe. Let him go. After speaking, Hua Yunpeng glanced at Su Huantian. He swung his robe and sat on the seat in the middle covered with red silk. That was the main seat for today. Will Night Sorrow be all right? Sikong Chuyu, who was behind Danding Peak, was a little nervous. Since Grand Elder Hua allowed him to go up, he will be fine. Chu Lingfei consoled Sikong Chuyu. Walking to the front of the arena, Night Sorrow took out 2 sky-piercing grass and stuck them on his waist. He waved the reincarnation spear in his right hand and said, Medicine Valley, Taishan Peak disciple Night Sorrow. Please enlighten me. Did you see that, Nansheng? Calm and collected. In the face of a life and death battle, his heart is still as water. This young man's temperament is worth learning. Love go little Sei Wang, Chunan Zhenyuan educated his son on the spot. O family head, you're O family's disciple, are you not going to give it a try? Zhan Tianyi looked at Ately Fort's O family head, O Zhentian. O Bin, you go and test his strength. O Zhentian hesitated for a moment and shouted to a disciple behind him. A young man appeared in the O clan's camp along with O Zhentian's words. He held a pair of blades, and walked towards the ring. The 8 Mile Fort's O family was the same as the Medicine Valley. They were both first-rate forces among the Golden Flame sect's subsidiary forces. They were famous for their drifting cloud saber technique, which was a dual saber technique. It was extremely terrifying. Please make your move. Night Sorrow twisted his right wrist, and the reincarnation spear let out a soft hum as the tip of the spear pointed upwards. Obin stomped on the ground and rushed towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow's body did not move. The reincarnation spear in his right hand pierced forward. The spear's body was imbued with 20 layers of vibration force. His target was Obin's throat. Love Go Little Say Ku. When he was at the 4th level of element gathering tier, Night Sorrow had already cultivated 42 layers of vibration force. Currently, he could use 48 layers of vibration force. Recently, he had changed his direction. He did not pursue quantity, but rather speed and strength of vibration force. Seeing that Night Sorrow did not dodge, Obin's direction did not change. The battle blade in his right hand pierced towards the reincarnation spear, while the battle blade in his left hand was ready to strike. His target was Night Sorrow's chest. Ding! #starter H. When the battle blade in Obin's right hand came into contact with the reincarnation spear, it was immediately shaken off. Even his arm was shaken off. While Obin did not understand the situation, Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear pierced and flicked, cutting his throat. First one. Night Sorrow took a few steps back and spat out these 3 words. 13 is mighty. Mo Chin stood up and shouted. Then, the Medicine Valley's side was filled with cheers. Night Sorrow's attack was too domineering. Night Sorrow waved his left hand behind him to stop the cheers. Then, he looked at the opposite side and said, "Next one." Someone from the 8 Mile Fort's O clan came up to collect the corpse, but he glared at Night Sorrow fiercely. Then, a person from the Green Water sect came out. His name was Miao Xiaoyun, Miao Xiaojuan's cousin. "Today, I will use your life to compensate for our young master's arm," Miao Xiaojun said as he waved the long sword in his hand. "No need to talk nonsense. If you want my life, you can take it with your strength," Night Sorrow said calmly. "Then go to hell." Miao Xiaoyun stomped on the limestone floor, causing debris to fly everywhere. He leaped into the air and slashed towards Night Sorrow with his sword in both hands. Night Sorrow did not move the reincarnation spear in his right hand. Instead, he pulled out the sky-piercing spear with his left hand and threw it out. A black light flashed as the sky-piercing spear blasted away Miao Xiaoyun's sword. The spear pierced through Miao Xiaoyun's chest and brought his body to the edge of the arena. Night Sorrow stepped lightly on the limestone floor and rushed to Miao Xiaoyun's corpse. He pulled out the sky-piercing spear and checked that there was no trace of blood. Then, he stabbed the spear into his waist. Second one. It was a simple word without any killing intent, but it brought endless pressure to the people from the Flaming Tiger clan, Green Water sect, 8 Mile Fortso clan, and Nanyang City's Tai clan. 13th uncle wasn't such a ruthless person in the past. Why is he trying to take someone's life today? Tang Tian was shocked. In his memory, Night Sorrow was hardworking and persistent, but he did not have such a strong killing intent. Are you all pigs? Don't you know that there will be no truce until one of us dies? Fighting with others will consume a lot of energy. You will die of exhaustion. Yang Lei turned around and shouted angrily. No one is coming. I heard the Golden Flame sect has sent a lot of geniuses and monsters, Night Sorrow said as he looked at the Golden Flame sect. While Night Sorrow was speaking, 2 youths from the Golden Flame sect stood up. Sit down. Tai clan master, I heard your clan's Tai Fei is very outstanding. I wonder if he is as strong as this young man. Zhang Tianyi asked as he looked at the Tai clan. Tai Zhongyan, go give it a try. The Tai clan master of Nanyang City shouted at the disciple behind him. He did not send out the disciple Zhang Tianyi had mentioned. The disciples with potential in the clan were the future pillars of the clan. The reason he had sent out the other disciples was because he wanted to find out Night Sorrow's strength. Tai Zhongyan nodded and walked toward the arena. He knew he was cannon fodder, but he had to act appropriately. If he didn't want to be cannon fodder, he had to kill Night Sorrow. Tai Zhongyan had learned his lesson from his previous opponents. He did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he stood there with a black iron staff as thick as his arm. Come. Let's see how strong you are. You are very sad, but this is the life and death arena. After he finished speaking, Night Sorrow stomped on the ground and turned around. His spear was aimed at Tai Zhongyan's head. Meet me head-on. Come. Tai Zhongyan raised the black iron staff above his head and kicked at Night Sorrow with his right leg. Night Sorrow did not pay attention to Tai Zhongyan's kick. He poured the energy of the myriad Dao Tome into his right arm and increased the strength of his kick. He did not believe that Tai Zhongyan could withstand it. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tai Zhongyan retracted his leg. He could not withstand Night Sorrow's one-armed spear attack even if he was standing on 2 legs, let alone standing on 1 leg. He was forced to kneel on the ground. Pressing the black iron staff against Tai Zhongyan's chest, Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear extended and retracted as he took a few steps back. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.